has been so able to do to God's children is to get our eyes off God and to cause us to begin focusing on our problems, the mountain of financial problem, the mountain of sickness, the mountain of family issues, and so many other things going on. But if you internalize this very opening clause, the Lord is, your worries will stop, your frustration will stop, and you'd be able to exercise confidence in knowing that because God is who he says he is, and I repose my confidence in him, I don't have to worry about tomorrow. I don't have to worry about anything. And so God bless you as you run forward as a nation and as individuals, knowing that the Lord is.
At the Lyndon Bindling International Airport, I'm Corvell Pyfrom. This is ZNS.
It's What's Trending with Jiminita Swain and the Bahama Beauty. At the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas from Studio A. It all starts right now.
Happy Monday, everyone. I hope you've had a great day and are ready to unwind. Thanks for making us a part of your evening. I'm Jiminita Swain, and this is What's Trending. We have an amazing show lined up for you tonight with a few surprises along the way. Here's what's coming up. He's one of R&B's most distinctive voices, known for soulful storytelling and music that has stood the test of time. Ahead of his return to the Bahamas for 2 special nights at the John Batiste Jazz Club, we catch up with Grammy-nominated artist on his musical journey, connecting with fans and the timeless power of soul music. Also, one Bahamian's search for a solution to hair loss took him all the way to Turkey. We're exploring his hair transplant journey, the reality of medical tourism, and the confidence boost that followed. And up last, the internet has been busy, and we're breaking down the biggest moments everyone is talking about. You won't want to miss What's the Buzz. We've got more lined up for you, so stay right there. We'll be back in just a moment.
Big sandwich.
I really like the honey mustard sauce. And then like the crispy bacon on it as well.
Oh, it's pepper jack cheese. I love the spice. I love the crunch.
I love the original sandwich, but just that simple addition of bacon was like over the top.
The chicken is really good.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I rate this a 10 out of 10. I'd eat this again.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Isn't that nice? Wait, you missed it? Ah, you haven't been on the website. Here's how TDC can help you. Whether you're turning your home into a vacation rental, pitching a business idea, or growing what you've already started, the TDC is here to help. Visit tdcbahamas.com for every conversation, event, grant, and opportunity happening near you. Tourism is all of our business, and the TDC is here to support yours.
Welcome back to What's Trending. There are some artists who don't just create music, they create moments. Their songs become the soundtrack to love, heartbreak, growth, and life's most memorable experiences. For more than 2 decades, Musiq Soulchild has been one of those artists. With his signature vocals, honest storytelling, and a sound that blends soul, R&B, and jazz in a way that feels both familiar and fresh, he has built a legacy that continues to resonate with fans around the world. And now he is back in the Bahamas for a special 2-night performance at the John Batiste Jazz Club at Bahama. Musiq Soulchild, welcome to What's Trending. It's such a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you.
So you've performed for audiences around the world, but there's always something special about returning to places where fans have embraced your music. What does that mean to be coming back to the Bahamas?
I am grateful that people are receiving me again, and I can't wait to continue this relationship.
That's wonderful to hear. So you will be performing for 2 nights at the John Batiste Jazz Club on July 22nd and 23rd. What excites you most about bringing your music into a more intimate setting like this one?
It's always a good thing because it gives the feeling that the people who are there want to be there, and I love performing for people who want to enjoy my performance.
And so your music has always had such a strong emotional connection with listeners. Now, when you're performing and you see people singing along to songs that may have been a part of their lives for years, what does that moment feel like for you?
It feels like a privilege. I'm honored that I've been able to contribute to people's lives in the way that I have. It's just I just feel overwhelmed with gratitude.
That's wonderful. And so you built a career around authenticity and emotion. Why do you think soulful music continues to connect with people even as the music industry continues to change?
I don't know for certain, but I think it may have to do with being able to resonate with things that feel more realistic to them than a simple performance. There's a lot of things that go around in our day-to-day, and we're exposed to so much content. And I think that just on a human level, people tend to respond better to things that they feel resonate with their reality.
That makes a lot of sense. So you have fans who have been following you since the beginning, but you also have younger listeners discovering your music today. So what does it mean to know your music still continues to reach new generations?
It gives me a sense of doing something right, apparently, because it bears out through the generations, and a level of an awareness of my ability to do what I do is a blessing.
That's wonderful. So when you reflect on your journey from your early days in music to where you are today, what's one lesson you've learned that you wish you could have told your younger self?
So many things. At the moment, I think I would say to focus on what you're here for. Find out what that is and focus on doing your best job and to the best of your ability.
That's definitely good advice. So after all of these years of creating and performing, what continues to inspire you creatively?
It would have to be the fact that I'm still able to do it, and it would be a waste to not use it.
That's great. We're glad you're still able to do it too. So fans will always have those favorite songs they want to hear, but artists are always evolving. So how do you balance giving people the moments they love while still allowing yourself the freedom to grow creatively?
I don't know how possible that is. The way things are, it's an either-or type situation. Meaning you have to give the fans what they want, otherwise they will not be happy. And even if that's at the expense of your supposed freedom, there is no freedom when you're in the service of people. What you want is not a priority. The only thing that you can hope to do is provide the people with what they want to your best of your ability in the moment, and pray that that resonates and it serves the purpose that it's intended to serve.
I get that. So your songs often explore love, relationships, and real life experiences. So when you're creating today, where do you find that inspiration?
It's something that just comes. I just speak on things that are on my mind at the time, and I can only hope that people will understand.
Now, if someone was introduced to music, Soul Child's music, for the very first time, what song would you want them to hear first and why?
I don't think that really matters. It's all me performing any of the songs, and they all pretty much have the same message and energy. So I just pray that they receive that in any song that they're introduced to.
And so we have to ask, when you think about the Bahamas, what comes to mind? Is there anything you're looking forward to experiencing while you're here?
I don't get to experience much when I go to places, even as amazing and special as the Bahamas. Is mostly work for me. So I look forward to the weather, the warmth of the people, and the good food.
Awesome. Well, I hope you get to experience all of that. And for fans who are watching and want to experience this unforgettable night, what can they expect when they come out to see you at the John Batiste Jazz Club on July 22nd and 23rd?
I would hope that they would enjoy the songs that I perform, which are songs that I hope they would know and love, and just celebrate the timeline of soul music that I've been privileged to present.
Awesome. Well, Music Soul Child, thank you so much for joining us here on What's Trending. We appreciate you taking the time to share your story, your passion for music, and the journey that has allowed you to create a sound that continues to inspire so many people. We wish you an amazing performance.
Thank you so much. I received that. Thank you.
Thank you, too. Well, coming up after the break, we're taking you inside one Bahamian man's journey from the Bahamas to Turkey for a hair transplant procedure. Stay with us. His story is coming up next.
Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. Out together, dancing cheek to cheek.
I'm Jordan, by the way. Tom.
Sunsea, good friends.
And bold new flavor has arrived in the Bahamas. Introducing the new Jalapeno Ranch Cheeseburger. Spicy jalapenos, cool ranch, fresh Wendy's beef. One perfect balance. This isn't a heat you run from, you enjoy it. Bring the heat. Keep the cool with Wendy's new Jalapeno Ranch Cheeseburger.
Bing bang bing. Bing bang bing. Ding ding dong. Bang bang bang. Bing bang bing. Bing bang bing. Ding ding dong. Bang bang bang. Bing bang bing. Bing bang bing. Bing bang bing. Ding ding dong.
About travel, we often think about vacations, adventure, or exploring new places, but for some people, travel can also be about personal transformation. Medical tourism has become an option for many people looking for specialized procedures, affordable care, or services they may not easily access locally. One destination that has gained attention for hair transplant procedures is Turkey. And today we're hearing a first-hand account from a Bahamian who made that journey alone. He's not here as a medical expert, but as someone sharing his personal experience from making the decision to the realities of the process and how the experience impacted his confidence. Joining us now is Gregory Ambrista. Gregory, welcome to What's Trending.
Thank you, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's great to have you here with us. So first off, thank you so much for joining us and sharing such a personal experience with us. Now, we know hair loss can be sensitive for many people, especially men. So when did you first realize this was something that you wanted to pursue?
So it started in my early 20s. I started to notice the hair loss. And one day I was at the barber, and the worst thing your barber could tell you is you balding.
No, Lord.
so from then, it was always like, okay, what am I gonna do and how am I gonna fix this? So going from trying everything, buying all of the serums, the coconut oil, the castor oil, and nothing seemed to work. The only thing I was doing was stand up my pillow. So so at this point I was like, you know what? I gotta figure out what I'm about to do, and a hair transplant was the best option for me. Well, at least I figured it's the best option for me.
Okay, so you made the decision to travel all the way across the world to Turkey for this procedure. So what was that moment like when you decided, I'm actually gonna do this?
Yeah, after doing so much research and being online and just following YouTube, watching YouTube videos, following a bunch of other creators or just regular people who went and got it done, for me, I was like, you know what? It's time. Because I needed to see somebody I need to just feel like I trusted what I was seeing. And once I booked my ticket, it was like, okay, yeah, it's time to go. Ain't no turning back at this point.
You say that's happening, that's
happening, this, let's go.
So for someone who may not know much about medical tourism, why did Turkey become the destination you chose for this transplant?
Well, great, because Turkey has a really great reputation of hair transplants, and they have top-notch surgeons over there and advanced technology. So for me, why not go to the source, right? And also it was a cost factor too, because I originally was quoted in the States it was about 18 to 20K, and for Turkey, it was 2,600.
And you're just like, what?
And one like me, I like to save money. I spend it, but I like to save it. So with that being said, with that, I was able to, it covered the transportation, hotel, procedure, medication, aftercare kit, all in one. So you couldn't beat that.
So you say that was a no-brainer?
That was a no-brainer. Even if they mess it up, it was only $2,600. Ain't going waste.
So you talked about doing a lot of research. What were some of the things you looked into before you booked the trip?
So again, back to making sure that I found verified results for people that actually did it ahead of me, and also just finding a clinic that specializes in Afro hair, because our hair is so unique, right?
Because I was just gonna ask you for that. Some people are different.
Yeah, right. Because a lot of the clinics show you a lot of European models, which is fine. But again, our hair is so unique, so I definitely need to make sure I found someone who knew, that specialized and was able to, just take time and get me together properly, because I wasn't coming back now, so looking crazy, because
that wouldn't work.
Yeah, definitely.
But you traveled solo for this experience, so which is something many people find intimidating. Yeah. So what was that like, arriving in another country and going through such a personal procedure on your own?
It was a mix of emotions, right? Because like you said, this wasn't like going to Andres for the weekend.
No.
I in a whole foreign country, they speak in Turkish, and by myself, right? But I must say, it was a great feeling too. But then, on the flip side of that, there was a war going on. There is a war going on. So I did this in the height of everything that was happening.
What's this, OJ?
Yeah, so it was me. I already tell my Grammy them, I go with my hot and everything, because I can get this hairdo. But it was a mix of emotions. But it turned out to, it worked out pretty well. It worked out pretty well. So once I got there, the clinic was, they took care of everything. They picked me up right on time. They took care of all my procedures. Everything, they texted me in time for my procedures, especially when I had to do the wash. So everything was seamless.
So beyond your procedure, what would you say surprised you most about being in Turkey?
The hospitality. Believe it or not, the hospitality. Everyone was so hospitable, welcoming. Even when I went down to go into the mall, I was shooting content in the mall, and I was on live, and the locals and the natives were running up to me, just showing me so much love. And people might say, oh, they don't see black people there, but it's not that. It was, you could genuinely tell that they were invested in what I was doing, so it felt good. So I said, if my career over here don't work out, I come back to Turkey.
Easy.
Easy, they love me there.
So now, without getting too technical, walk us through what that actual experience was like, from arriving to the clinic, what they did, the procedure. Let us know.
Yeah, so they pick you up early that morning, and the first thing that they do, once you do the consultation, is they do a full examination of your head. So you kind of give them, this is where you pick your hairline. So you better don't leave that room without telling the people what you want. So at this point is where, I showed them, hey, I want it this way, or I just wanted how far back I wanted it. And then after that, they take you off to get the shave, and then they plug you up to the table and start your procedure. And I was on that table for 9 hours. 9 hours. I took a 50-minute break, but 9 hours.
This almost sounds like major surgery.
Yeah, you see the size of my head? They ain't not no job. They had to take that time on me. I even closed the clinic that day. But you know what? They were very, the clinic was very skilled in what they were doing. So I was really happy with that.
And so you were telling us that what did they get the hair?
So, yeah, so what happens is they take the stronger hairs from your donor area. So if everything came from around the back sides of my head, and then they just implanted it into top and then into my crown area. So they use your own hair. Because I think someone said to me, well, someone thought that it was actually synthetic hair, but it's actually your own hair.
Because some look like, the little baby dolls.
Yeah, little fibers.
When you cut the hair.
This is all mine, though. It's all mine.
Well, that's a good place to start.
It's European hair now, but.
So a 9-hour surgery. Talk to us about your recovery journey. What was that period like? And obviously, I think it would have required a lot of patience, huh?
Yes, definitely patience. The recovery has been so intense in terms of, so after the procedure, I had the swelling for like a few days, so I had to wait for that to go down. And then after the swelling was then the scabbing. So I had to make sure I washed the scabs out, and then the itching. The itching just stopped. The worst itching you'll ever feel in your entire life. The worst. It just feels like a bunch of needles just sticking you in your head. And if I had 3,400 grafts in my head, I down to 27 because I done scratch them all out. So, but after that, the shock loss, and that part of it is where all the hair, the new transplanted hairs falls out, and because it makes room for the new hair. So everything that they implanted fell out. And then now it starts to regrow.
So even though they told you that, did you still have a moment like, what the hell? Like, what is going on?
I felt like I looked worse than before.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I was in the mirror. I ain't gonna lie, one day I was down in the mirror crying. But hey, I made it true.
So obviously there are a lot of people watching, and so for someone that's considering a similar procedure, what's something that you wish you knew before starting this journey?
Honestly, and I touched on this a few months ago, it is beyond the surgery part of it, the mental aspect of having a hair transplant. No one really talks about that. So online you really see the beginning and the end, but you never really see what happens in the middle. So for me, that was one of the biggest parts, and still one. I mean, now I'm doing much better with it, but my mental health was off in those first few weeks, but it's better now, because I look much better now.
I can understand that. So we know that hair loss isn't just physical, and you talked about, it can also affect people, their confidence, how they feel about themselves. You just touched on the mental aspect. Was there an emotional impact on you as well, or you would wrap everything up in the mental?
Yeah, I would wrap it all up in the mental, and again, because that part, no one could prepare you for that, right? You could talk about it, but no one can prepare you how you're gonna feel after you see yourself, because again, I transitioned from seeing myself with having a head full of hair.
A head full of hair, yeah.
Hair full of hair. And then again, people was like, hey, why you get a hair transplant? Your hair is full. But no one was seeing what I was actually going through behind the scenes. So that was really a big deal for me, because a lot of times that I was wearing my hats because I didn't want people to see like where I was balding in the middle or where the front of my hairline was starting to come up. So again, all of that with the mental, like I said, being in that mental space is something that no one can prepare you for, but you have to be able to push through that.
So this started as a journey to change your appearance. It's become much more like a bigger personal experience. So what do you hope people take away after hearing your story?
So my hope is that anyone watching out there feels confident enough to do whatever makes them feel good. To move away. Don't be ashamed about it, because hair loss is a big deal, especially for men, but everyone's experiencing it around the world. So take that step. Take the leap of faith. Seek advice. Do your research before you do anything, or even so much if you want to live with it and accept it. But you have to find what's going to work for you. So you have to make the best of it and just love yourself in that. Love yourself in that moment. And for me, and if only one person saw my video and say, hey, this is what I wanted to do, or feel more confident or feel less alone, then I'm grateful for that.
That was enough.
Yeah, that was enough for me.
All right. Well, Greg, thank you so much for joining us and being open about sharing your experience. We appreciate you taking us along for the ride and giving our viewers a real look at what it's like to take it step by step.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, a diploma marks the end of one journey and the beginning of another. Today, we're celebrating students who have set the standard for excellence and inspired those coming behind them. Meet the valedictorians and salutatorians of CV Bethel Senior High School and C.R. Walker Senior School.
Congratulations to the class of 2026 valedictorian and salutatorian. Your hard work, dedication, and perseverance have earned you this outstanding achievement. As you begin this exciting new chapter, may your future be filled with continued success and limitless opportunities. Our sponsors salute academic excellence and proudly join in celebrating your remarkable achievement.
I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. Out together, dancing cheek to cheek.
I'm Jordan, by the way. Tom.
Abuse, domestic violence, suicidal tendencies. Are you being stressed out from these problems? Call the national hotline at 422-2763 or 322-2763. There are trained social workers available 24 hours to help you. Know that you are not alone in this.
If you've been scrolling, you've probably seen it. But if you missed it, don't worry. The Bahama Beauty is here to catch us up on the biggest stories and hottest conversations making waves online. It's time for What's the Buzz?
I'm the Bahama Beauty, and here's What's the Buzz for this week. Spain is officially back on top of international football, defeating the defending champions Argentina 1-0 in extra time to win the 2026 FIFA World Cup, its second men's World Cup title, the first since 2010. The match remained scoreless through regulation before Ferran Torres buried the winner in the 106th minute. Spain also became the first nation to hold both the men's and women's FIFA World Cup titles at the same time. For Argentina, it was an emotional ending to what is expected to be Lionel Messi's final World Cup appearance. The football legend left the pitch in tears as Spain celebrated a historic victory. Cardi B may have a new man, and this love story already has a plot twist. The rapper has once again been spotted with Nigerian goalkeeper Maduka Okoye, this time enjoying an elegant dinner along the canals of Venice. The sighting comes just weeks after the two were seen laughing together on a balcony during Paris Fashion Week, sending romance rumors into overdrive. Neither Cardi nor Okoye has confirmed their dating, but not everyone is celebrating. Shortly after the Venice photos surfaced, Okoye's former partner, Jalicia Westhoff, took to social media with a series of emotional posts accusing the footballer of neglecting her and their young son. She also alleged that he had been physically abusive during their relationship and unfaithful with both men and women. Westhoff later clarified that she has no issue with Cardi B and that her frustration is directed solely at Okoye's alleged behavior as a father. These allegations have not been proven in court, and Okoye has not publicly responded either. From dating rumors to wedding vows, congratulations are in order for NBA forward Royce O'Neal and actress Paige Hurd, who officially tied the knot in a breathtaking ceremony at New York's historic Oaxaca Castle. The wedding was packed with celebrity guests, fireworks, and one incredibly touching tribute. Paige honored her late godfather, rap icon DMX, by walking down the aisle to a custom orchestral version of his legendary hit, X Gon' Give It To Ya, blended with the traditional wedding march. A beautiful way to keep his memory close on one of the biggest days of her life. After enduring 14 surgeries and one of the toughest battles of his life, football legend Deion coach Prime Sanders has announced that he is officially cancer-free. Sanders revealed that after undergoing surgery to remove his cancerous bladder and a complex reconstruction procedure, he's feeling like himself again and is looking ahead to the future with gratitude. He hopes his story encourages others to pay attention to their health and seek medical care early. If there's one thing we learn about Coach Prime, whether it's on the football field or in life, he refuses to stay down for long.
Yo, it's Iman, the one and only, and I want y'all to tune into Entertainment Fridays on Access Now every Friday at 7:30 p.m. Who knows? Your favorite Bahamian artist might end up showing their face. But you gotta watch to find out.
At the 66.
We're giving you a preview of Made in the Bahamas 2 Tuesday on What's Trending. We'll discuss the music, culture, and the experiences coming to the Nassau Cruise Port as the event celebrates Bahamian talent and pride. And that's a wrap for What's Trending. Thanks for watching. Follow us on Instagram at What's Trending on ZNS, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Until then, stay connected.
This is the Bahamas Tonight. The Northern Edition has a look at stories making news tonight. The Grand Bahama Chamber President weighs in on electricity bill relief for commercial customers. Also, a senior Met officer says the department is facing a staffing shortage and is encouraging more people to consider careers in meteorology. And police are investigating after a 68-year-old man was electrocuted to death in Bimini.
The Bahamas Tonight Northern Edition starts now.
Good evening and welcome to the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition. I'm Miko Knowles. Thanks for joining us. Topping news tonight, today's savings could be tomorrow's opportunity. The Grand Bahama Chamber of Commerce says while the Grand Bahama Power Company equity rate adjustment is a positive step, long-term reductions in electricity costs will depend on growing Grand Bahama's customer base. Jolanda Thompson-Everest has tonight's top story.
The Grand Bahama Power Company's equity rate adjustment marks progress, but the Grand Bahama Chamber of Commerce says more can be done. Chamber President Ralph Hepburn says with a population of about 30,000, the island's customer base remains too small to significantly reduce operational costs. He says attracting more businesses and residents to the island will help lower the cost for everyone over time.
We're still not in the vicinity of the number of customer base for the energy company to provide and to reduce costs where they want it. It's something that's being caused by external means instead of internal operations.
Hepburn says the chamber is still awaiting feedback from most businesses. However, he says the new adjustment will provide meaningful relief as electricity consumption typically rises during the hotter months of June and July when consumers face higher energy bills.
So in terms of the dollar figure, we might not see that reduction right away. But in terms of comparing the cost of energy, there is some reduction that is noticeable. Time frame, we would have liked to see it done earlier. But we know everyone has to go through the process of doing the proper analysis and the assessments.
With the new equity rate adjustment now in place, Hebron says the move sends a positive signal to potential investors, making Grand Bahama a more attractive place to do business. However, he believes additional measures are still needed to further strengthen the island's investment climate.
Transshipment needs to come on stream and be able to have persons to be able to source things in. The airport is a must. That's going to be part of the investment strategy. Not just an abundance of labor, but skilled, capable labor force and the ability to get to markets in a timely manner.
For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Jolanda Thompson, Everest.
Well, in other news, facing a continued need for qualified staff, the Department of Meteorology is stepping up recruitment efforts while using new digital tools to raise awareness about careers in weather science and improve public access to forecasts. Raven Davis reports.
The Department of Meteorology is expanding its focus beyond delivering daily weather forecasts as it steps up efforts to recruit the next generation of weather professionals. Senior Met Officer Tenard Tynes says the department continues to need more staff, particularly men, but says changing public perceptions about careers in meteorology is a key part of the recruitment drive.
A lot of males believe that the Department of Meteorology is just a female field because they see a lot of females doing TV and stuff like that, but it's not just TV, the TV side of it is we have different areas of meteorology that we need covered.
And as for the good news, Tynes says the department has recently hired several new employees, many of them with degrees and other technical certifications. Now, he says the recruitment push is being driven by a stronger digital presence and community outreach.
We do have a new team now, and they're doing a lot of PR work. So whilst we're doing that, we get things organizing and stuff like that. So we getting more persons interested. And not only that, we're also going into the schools and trying to see if we can get them at a very young age. So we try to let them know that, meteorology is not just something you could avoid, it's something that you could be interested in.
After more than 2 decades in the field, he says a career in meteorology has been both challenging and rewarding. While the profession requires specialized training and certification, he says it also opens the door to careers in electronics, information technology, forecasting, and other technical disciplines.
Not because you have a degree or anything that you still have to be qualified. You have to get certified to do what we do. At our lowest level, you have to do almost about a year of training before you could actually provide an observation. That's our beginning level as an observer. We have a technical side where our technicians, if they come in with a degree or whatnot, then they have to go off for training to actually focus on the meteorological information, all the data. So there's a lot of technical things we have to do just to provide the information we give to the public.
The department is also modernizing the way it communicates with the public. A new WhatsApp channel has already been launched in Nassau, making weather updates more accessible in real time. Tynes says a similar platform is now being developed for Grand Bahama, with a launch expected soon. For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Raven Davis.
Following the recent Flamingo airplane crash in Andros, the Civil Aviation Authority suspended the airline's air operating certificate, leaving many residents on the Northern Islands without the direct travel option. Member of Parliament for Bimini and Barry Islands, Randy Rolls, says a number of initiatives are already underway to resolve this issue, with government engaging airline officials and other stakeholders to restore connectivity as quickly as possible.
I believe that in very short order, an announcement will happen as it relates to Western Air and their efforts thus far. I don't want to preempt what they're about to do, but I'm satisfied with the conversation and where we're at in terms of that conversation. I've also had an opportunity to reach out to Valeria and spoken to some of the stakeholders there, and they are interested as well too. And so I'm very satisfied with the results that we're receiving from there. And so, I asked the community to be a little more patient with us, but I can tell you that, their member of parliament is working for them. The entire community has come together. We don't intend to leave any man behind.
Also responding to concerns over the travel challenges, Minister of Transport, the Honorable Leon Lundy, says government is working together with aviation partners to restore connectivity.
I think the Member of Parliament for Bimini and the Barrier Islands spoke about it, where they're already speaking with Valeria to try and get a new route between Bimini and Freeport. I know the Minister for Aviation spoke about a lot of airlines actually putting in a bid to try and get that route between Abaco and Freeport and Bimini. So definitely I'm looking forward to it. I actually have to have a route also because one of the airlines used to go to Mangrove Key. So right now we're speaking with some aviation partners to try and get them involved to try and alleviate some of the stress on the partners.
Meantime, police on Bimini are investigating the death of a 68-year-old Bahamian handyman following a suspected electrocution this past Saturday, July 18th. Preliminary reports indicate that the man from the island of Exuma was working as a painter at a lodging business along Kings Highway in Alistown when he came into contact with a high-voltage electrical power source, which caused him to become engulfed in flames. Police and emergency medical personnel responded to the scene shortly after 2:35 p.m., where the victim was examined by a local physician and pronounced deceased. Bimini and Barrier Islands MP Randy Roll released a statement shortly after the incident, offering condolences to the family and noting authorities are working to officially identify the victim. Additionally, Roll adds, out of an abundance of caution, officials are reviewing the power source to ensure safety measures are in place to ensure safety for children out of school for the summer. Still in news from police. Police in Abaco have arrested 6 individuals in connection with the theft of a vessel on Sunday, July 19th, 2026. The 5 adults, males, ages 20, 27, 34, 35, and 36, along with a 17-year-old male. Reports indicate that sometime around 5:24 p.m., the complainant reported that his 20-foot blue and white dusky vessel powered by a 150-horsepower Yamaha engine had been stolen while docked at the Marsh Harbor Government Dock. The vessel had been left in the care of the complainant's mechanic at the time of the incident. Police responded and subsequently launched an investigation acting on information received. Officers later recovered the stolen vessel and arrested 6 males who remain in police custody and are assisting with the ongoing investigation. Now, police are appealing to members of the public who may have information that may assist with these investigations. If you have relevant details, please contact 911, 919, your nearest police station, or the Criminal Investigations Department at 502-9991. Anonymous tips are also welcomed through Crime Stoppers at 328-TIPS. That's 328-8477.
And still to come.
An 8 Mile Rock native is making his mark in the hospitality industry. That story, sports, and more when the Northern Edition returns.
You have enough things to worry about. Living in a world that can seem opposite of the things you are trying to accomplish.
I can need a little help with this month, sis.
We're here to let you know that you don't have to go at it alone. Choose peace of mind. Choose comfort. Choose CB. Commonwealth Bank, leader in personal banking services.
Come on down and see what Dolly Madison has in store for you. Renovate and rejuvenate at Dolly Madison.
Dolly Madison.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm self-insuring my investments, starting with this tarp.
We all remember the blue tarps after the storm. Let's make sure that we are covered with more than a tarp. Don't allow your investment to be at risk. Protect your investment with one of our insurance policies.
Nobody
does it
better.
Protect your business today with Build to Bounce Back, a one-day resilient workshop on Wednesday, July 22nd from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Pelican Bay Hotel. Register today at events.gbpa.com. Limited seating available.
Cabinets play a major role in both the function and appearance of your home. To keep them looking their best, wipe spills as soon as they happen and clean surfaces regularly. using a soft cloth and mild soap. Avoid hanging excessive weight on cabinet doors and periodically check hinges and hardware to make sure everything stays secure. With proper care, quality cabinetry can continue looking beautiful and performing well for many years to come. Quality products deserve quality care. Cornet Bahamas.
Save more drugs. We got you. From cosmetics to prosthetics, what you need for your family, the brands you're looking for, the quality you expect, the prices you need and deserve. Feel the love. Save more at Save More Drugs.
Have the following supplies on hand at the start of the hurricane season. A minimum 3-day supply of water, which provides 1 gallon of water per person per day. Minimum 3-day supply of non-perishable food items. Flashlights and extra batteries. A battery-powered radio to receive broadcasts that will keep you informed of the storm. A first aid kit. A 7-day supply of any prescribed medication. Don't be caught off guard this hurricane season. Be prepared.
Your number one team in the North. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
Welcome back. An 8 Mile Rock native is making his mark on the international hospitality industry. Armando Rigby has been appointed General Manager of Windjammer Landing Resort and Residence in St. Lucia, while also being recognized as one of Forbes Travel Guide's Rising Stars of 2026. But long before the accolades, Rigby says the lessons that shaped him were learned right here in Grand Bahama. Sherelle Dames shares more on his journey in this report.
From a modest four-room home in 8 Mile Rock to leading one of the Caribbean's premier luxury resorts, Armando Rigby's journey is one of resilience and determination. He recounts his journey from the rocks to being a rising star, saying the values he carries into every leadership role were formed long before he entered the hospitality industry, but in the community where he grew up.
I grew up in a four-room home, so when I tell people that, they say, oh, well, you wasn't poor, because they think I stay in 4 bedrooms. We didn't know we were poor because we never went to school without clothes. We never went to school without shoes. We never went to bed hungry. And so when I reflect on my journey, I always think about those times.
After graduating high school, the determined Rigby relocated to the Turks and Caicos Island, homeland of his mother Alice. While there, he got his start in hospitality. And through years of hard work, he rose through the ranks, earning global recognition when he was named among Forbes Travel Guide's Rising Stars of 2026. He recounts the feeling when he realized his incredible achievement.
We went to Paris for 3 days, and then we went to the Cognac region. And there were the other rising stars that were there, and these were people from all over the world. And so to be in that company, to receive such a prestigious award, to get treated in that manner was very surreal, because I was like, this I still see myself as the boy from Jonestown. Even imposter syndrome kind of creeping. It's like, is this real? Is this right? And you have to tell yourself, yeah, you deserve to be in this room.
And while his leadership is now being recognized on the international stage, Rigby says the person who first inspired his journey into hospitality wasn't a renowned executive, but someone much closer to home, his younger brother, Lindy. He credits Lindy Rigby, now also a general manager at West Bay Club in the Turks and Caicos Islands, with introducing him to an industry that would eventually become his life's work.
When I talk about my brother, I get very emotional, because as my little brother, that's my best friend in the world, but in so many ways he's been my big brother. He was working at a resort as a night auditor, and he worked there for 4 years. And when he was about to leave that job, and he recommended me. Both of us now today are general manager, but he was the person who inspired me the most.
Today, Armando says he hopes his story serves as a reminder that success isn't reserved for a select few. It's for those who have the courage to pursue their dreams no matter the circumstances. And when asked what encouragement he has for those with humble beginnings just like him, he says,
do the things that you need to do in the background to prepare yourself. Don't wait for when I'm ready. Do it afraid. Get ready while you're doing it. And while you're doing it, be persistent about what you want.
For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Sherelle Dane.
Well, under a newly established endeavor, the Bahamas Cooperative League is bringing together credit union committee members over a 2-day stretch with a focus on corporate governance. According to President of the League, Aramantha Hepburn, the Cooperative Training Institute, also known as CTI, aims to improve the ever-growing relationship amongst union members.
Corporate governance is the processes, the relationships, the management, the checks and balances of what governs an organization. So we look at the regulatory landscape in our country, understanding what that means, because we have obligations to answer to Central Bank and the Insurance Commission of Bahamas. And their criteria requires that we do training in this area, and so we saw it fit to put something together for our membership.
Hepburn says the overall reception from attendees has been warm and promising, prompting a proposal to bring CTI back to Grand Bahama in the near future.
The people in Grand Bahama are warm and receptive. The information that was given to them, we see good feedback, and persons are interested in what it is that we represented to them. It's an ongoing initiative. We realize that the board of directors and the committees change frequently, and so this program will be offered to all throughout the year.
While the MSC Foundation is growing its conservation team at Ocean Key, the foundation announced this week the appointment of Henry Garber as Marine Operations Officer and Gabrielle Gabby Henderson as Guest Engagement Officer at the Marine Conservation Center. Garber will support daily operations at the center, including coral and marine conservation activities, educational programs, and the coordination of students and interns. Henderson will lead guest presentations, tours, and interactions to help visitors better understand coral restoration and marine conservation. Both Garber and Henderson say they are committed to restoring coral reefs and inspiring greater ocean stewardship. The Marine Conservation Center at Ocean Key serves as a hub for coral conservation, research, and education, and is the base for the MSC Foundation's Super Coral Reef programs. It's now time for your Health is Wealth Monday Tip.
Teen suicide is a serious issue, but it's preventable. Warning signs include withdrawal, hopelessness, mood changes, or thoughts of feeling like a burden. These are not just phases, they need attention. Parents and caregivers listen without judgment and keep communication open. Encourage teens to talk about their feelings and seek help from a counselor or mental health professional if needed. Teens, if you're feeling overwhelmed or hopeless, you're not alone. Talk to someone you trust or call a crisis line. Asking for help is strong and it can save a life. I'm Dr. Monique Pratt, and remember, your greatest wealth is your health.
Lisa Pelicanos, you are our Facebook friend of the day. Thank you so much for your support, and I hope that you are doing well. And that is a look at stories making news. Be sure to stay tuned. Shane Stubbs has a check on sports when we come back.
Journey to a serene oasis. Relax. Rejuvenate. Renew. Welcome to Renew Day Spa. For appointments, call 352-RENU.
See news in the making? Call us at 352-9713 or 359-5167. Or you can email us at zns3news@gmail.com.
Hi, I want to put some shoes on your feet.
I like this one.
Before us, there was an idea.
That idea allows us to serve you. Because it's not.
It's not just about the shoes.
It's all about helping our customers.
Look good and feel good.
Let us put shoes on your feet.
Come and visit us at Shop Smart, because everything is here.
Yes, we have it all for you. Toys, clothing, office supplies, appliances, custom cut blinds, bedding, drapes, and rugs. Come and visit us on Mackey Street, 2 blocks down from Wolf Road. Call us at 698-1052.
Shop Smart, Shop Smart, and Shop Smart. Oh, everything is here.
It's
At Save More Drugs, we got you. We got what you want. We got what you need. We got what you came for. The quality you expect. The prices you need and deserve. Save more at Save More Drugs.
Welcome to the ZNS Total Sports Cave, everyone. I'm Shane Stubbs. Oscar Green has taken his officiating career to the next level. He is now a level 1 umpire after successfully completing the World Baseball Softball Confederation's umpire licensing program with flying colors. Here's what that achievement means for him moving forward.
The level 1 accreditation now allows me to officiate at world tournaments at the world baseball level. So any world Premier 12, U15, U12 tournaments on the world stage, I'm now able to officiate in those based on this new license that I've received. I know it's something that I work hard for. I wanted to make sure I get it, represent myself, represent my country. So it was about 40 umpires at the clinic in Puerto Rico in May, and only a few of us got licenses, so I was very proud and excited about that.
But for Green, this is only the beginning. He says earning the certification is another step in his journey with even bigger goals on the horizon.
I look to continue to climb the ladder in the umpiring scheme. There's a level 2 and level 3 certification license that I want to now look forward to going towards, so I'm going to be pushing for that too.
And as a softball coach, Green says this new accreditation will also benefit the next generation, giving him the knowledge and tools to help his players continue to grow and develop their game.
It's always a good thing when I go in tournaments, officiate, and I could bring back things that I learned from the tournaments, and I bring back to my girls locally here and the Girls Like Diamonds softball organization.
And over in the Grand Bahama Basketball Association's Corporate League, the Ministry for Grand Bahama and Club Fortuna treated fans to a thriller. It came down to the final possession with the Ministry edging out Club Fortuna 37-36. Ashton Neely led the winners with 11 points, while Devon Rigby poured in a game-high 15 points in a losing effort. Pelican Bay had no such drama against Container Port, cruising to a convincing 31-15 victory. Theodore Grant led the charge with 11 points, while Rolando Delavo scored 5 for Container Port. And the Celebration Key Cruisers sailed past the Group Anderson Little Boat Shooters with a dominant 51-21 win. Keno Russell and Malik Johnson shared Team Ionis with 11 points apiece, while Mater Harris and Devontae Stubbs finished with 6 points in the loss. And that's my time, but your local forecast is next. I'm Shane Stubbs. Remember, if you can dream it, you can do it.
Tonight's weather forecast is brought to you by Royal Star Assurance.
'Cause it's so beautiful.
Save more drugs, from cosmetics to prosthetics. What you need for your family, the brands you're looking for, the quality you expect, vitamins you need, and prescriptions you came for. Feel the love. Save more at Save More Drugs.
Here at Freeport Decorators, we have hundreds of products for you to choose from. Whether you're in the market for trophies, plaques, rubber stamps, corporate signs, any kind of interior signage, stamps, or seals, we're your one-stop shop. We feature glass, acrylic, crystal awards for every occasion. We build all the trophies here on site. Looking for a gift item? We feature pens, key rings, mugs, tumblers, barbecue tools, even bamboo cutting boards. Have something already? Bring it on down. Let us see if we can print that special something on it for you. Need a headstone? Memorialize the memory of your loved one with a beautifully lasered granite marker. Our store hours are Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. We focus on customization. So if you have an idea or a new concept, bring it on down or call us at 352-5557 or even WhatsApp your idea to us at 646-0777 and we will do our best to make your awards and recognition ideas a reality.
Have the following supplies on hand at the start of the hurricane season. A minimum 3-day supply of water, which provides 1 gallon of water per person per day. Minimum 3-day supply of non-perishable food items. flashlights, and extra batteries. A battery-powered radio to receive broadcasts that will keep you informed of the storm. A first aid kit. A 7-day supply of any prescribed medication. Don't be caught off guard this hurricane season. Be prepared.
Your number one team in the north. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
And that is going to do it for us here in the north. I'm Ramiko Knowles. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. The Bahamas Tonight is coming your way next.
It's a joy, to help someone who is in need,
I'm proud to know that we are able to accommodate them with a hot meal, fresh meal, and a well-balanced meal.
A lot of our clients, as you know, is in the inner city and persons who really include and so much of the loss they go. And for whatever reason, 2 months, 3 months, they really don't have anything. You have to have some kind of kindness to do this.
Coming up in the Bahamas tonight, new measures to ensure safety on bridges in the aftermath of Friday's multi-car collision and the pain, suffering, and damage that followed. A drug council official sounds the alarm about a troubling trend among school-aged girls, and a teen faces a litany of serious charges in a magistrate's court. The Bahamas tonight, the National Report starts now. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Friday's multi-vehicle bridge collision prompting a fresh look at safety on one of the country's busiest crossings. Our Desmond Saunders sat down today with the head of the Bridge Authority, who says they're considering several measures to better protect motorists.
The Bridge Authority wasting no time. Just days after Friday's multi-vehicle crash brought traffic on the Sydney-Poitiers Bridge to a standstill, the authority is moving to strengthen safety measures. General Manager of the Bridge Authority, Basil Longley, says a post-incident review is underway, with officials examining several recommendations aimed at reducing the risk of another major incident.
We have to assess how that will work logistically, and also what cost would be associated with it. And that is to kind of look at restricting heavy-duty equipment for certain hours, right? Certainly during peak hours when most of the staff over Paradise Island are headed to work, as it was on Friday. I don't think it's a good time to have heavy-duty equipment also on the bridge, trying to get to their places of delivery or whatever. So
here's what's also being considered.
Well, we have a project where we're installing CCTV cameras across the breadth of the bridges, right, and signage. So we have, you may have noticed, there's a digital sign that speaks to speed. And then we have static signs along the bridge that also speak to speed. We may have to increase those signage from the entrance to the bridge over to the toll booth.
The General Manager of the Bridge Authority is encouraging motorists, particularly operators of heavy Mack trucks, to ensure that their trucks or vehicles are roadworthy. This includes making sure that your brakes are inspected and your vehicles properly maintained. Safety is paramount. Here, this is Sydney-Poitiers Bridge. Desmond Saunders, The Bahamas Tonight.
Well, thanks, Desmond. An extensive procurement process, meantime, for the reconstruction of the iconic glass window bridge in Eleuthera has been completed. Director of Public Works, Robert Moses, says a Bahamian company, Island-wide Development, has been chosen as the preferred contractor. The $71.7 million project includes replacing the aging bridge with a hurricane-resistant design, as the current structure often floods or sustains structural damage during high winds, prompting local officials to shut it down. The glass window bridge is the only vehicular link between North and South Eleuthera. Director Moses says they're now undertaking loan agreements with Citibank in the United Kingdom ahead of the project actually getting started.
That's extensive
sort of paperwork, and we're hoping that that will be completed in the next few months. We're looking to start this exciting project at the end of the year, which will take with a 30-month construction period. When completed, the new bridge will be much longer, much higher, much stronger than this existing structure, reducing weather-related disruptions and significantly improving connectivity between North and South Eleuthera.
We're going to switch our attention now to an unsettling trend among school-aged girls. Head of the Bahamas National Drug Council says this grouping is turning to drugs at an alarming rate. LaDawn Davis has more on the types of drugs being used and their impact on young minds.
Director of the Bahamas National Drug Council, Dr. Novi Lucky Carter, cited 2023 Global Health Survey statistics that 17% of the country's school-age population are experimenting on marijuana and other tobacco products. With that in mind, a major concern for Dr. Carter is an increase in the number of adolescent females hooked on marijuana and its effects on their learning capabilities.
Their brains are still developing. The brain doesn't fully develop until the age of 25. And so with regular cannabis use, we're seeing adolescents whose poor memory, reduced attention and concentration, slower learning, difficulties making decisions, lower academic achievement.
While health data shows that marijuana use could very well put the mental state of school-age drug users at risk, the council head says there are several other tobacco products they are closely monitoring.
So we've seen an increase in alcohol. 78% of the population are saying, yes, I've tried alcohol. I drink on a regular basis. That's of concern for us. But it also opened the door to the fact that 12% of the population is using cocaine as well.
The National Drug Advocate feels what's even worse is the increase in the number of school-age children attempting to commit suicide or inflict other self-harm behaviors. And she says while there are no statistics to suggest school-age children are smoking on campus, infused marijuana edibles are becoming more available based on flavor and appearance.
Edibles seem safer than smoking to many young people. And so because they feel that it's safer, they don't look at some of the more harmful effects. Let me give you an example. If, for example, if you vape or smoke, you're going to feel the effects within minutes. When you use edibles, it's going to take about 30 minutes to 2 hours before the effect is felt.
The National Drug Council remains committed to partnering with parents to decrease the level of adolescents experimenting on drugs and to openly talk to their children about the dangers of infused edibles. For the Bahamas Tonight, I'm LaDawn Davis.
Also making news this weekend, a 70-year-old resident of Balls Alley was hospitalized with severe injuries after being ambushed and bitten by a pack of loose dogs in the Camp Road community. Picking up the story from here is our West Calix Forbes.
Jackie Livingston Thompson's decision to travel to the neighborhood store off Balls Alley this past Friday night literally changed his life. The unthinkable happened when he was bitten on his neck, leg, and elbow after being attacked by a group of dogs he knew. The dog attacked victim shared that he could only call on God during the ordeal.
It's nothing down here. I fall on the ground and cover my face. You know, 1, 2 down here, 1, 2 up top here. Okay. I tell you, whatever's happening right then, all is saying, oh God.
The episode adds to the 2 major dog attacks this year. In January, a woman was attacked by a pit bull in Abaco, and in June, 66-year-old Don Smith was mauled by a pack of approximately 10 loose dogs. That tragic incident also occurred in the Kemp Road community. Thompson's sister Margaret revealed that she's thankful that her brother isn't dead after being attacked twice in his neighborhood.
It's a small person, so I know he couldn't fight them off by himself. So all I could do was pray and give God thanks that the neighbor who we said reach home came home in time to assist him. Because had it not been for her, I could say thank you to her too. Had it not been for her, he might have been dead.
These dog attacks have the Bahamas Humane Society General Manager, Inspector Percy Grant, venting the need for more legal enforcement.
So that's an issue that has been going on for many years, and I've been on radio shows, I've been all over the place, crying for people, for the laws to be changed, or to be, not to be changed, but to be enforced. Because we don't need any more laws. We have everything on the books. We just need these things enforced. Unless clients, people are held responsible for these laws and these actions, nothing's going to change.
For the Bahamas Tonight, I'm Wes, Calix Forbes.
Meantime, quite a scare for a 15-year-old girl who police say was the victim of an attempted abduction. The incident unfolding around 6 p.m. Sunday in the area of Red Sea Road off Soldier Road. The girl's mother claims her daughter was walking the family's dog when two men she didn't know pulled up in a red Honda Fit with red license plates. The suspects reportedly attempted to force the teen into the car while physically assaulting her. Fortunately, the girl managed to escape while the suspects fled the scene. The matter's under active investigations. Well, in news from the courts tonight, 19-year-old Tavares Clare of 14A Springfield Street appeared in court number 1, answering to a number of charges, including 1 count of murder. According to court dockets, it's alleged that on Sunday, July 12th, in the area of Ambrista Street, Fox Hill, while concerned with another, Clare caused the death of 36-year-old Richard Sullivan of Pinewood Gardens. According to reports, Sullivan, after being shot, was taken to hospital where he died soon after. The teen has been remanded. Well, coming up when we return, what's being done on Bimini in the aftermath of that recent fire. You're watching the Bahamas Tonight, the National Report. Stay with us.
You have enough things to worry about. Living in a world that can seem opposite of the things you are trying to accomplish.
I can need a little help with this month.
We're here to let you know that you don't have to go at it alone. Choose peace of mind. Choose comfort. Choose CB. Commonwealth Bank, leader in personal banking services.
Clear windows do more than improve your view. They also help maximize the natural light entering your home. For regular maintenance, use a soft microfiber cloth and a gentle glass cleaner. Don't forget to wipe down the frames and tracks as well, since dust and debris can build up over time. If your windows slide or open, keeping the tracks clean can also help them to operate more smoothly. Quality products deserve quality care. Cornet Bahamas.
Tasha, what you saying? Girl, right here, rushing to catch J.S. Johnson. I gotta renew my insurance. Oh, I with JSJ too, but I don't wait in line. I just pay online. Stop it. How you do that? Just email info@jsjohnson.com and say, sign me up for an online service center. They'll reach out and hook you up. You ain't never have to stand in line again. Amen to that. Save time. Pay online. Sign up for J.S. Johnson's online service center today. Insurance, peace of mind.
Bahamas. Hurricane season is here. Are you ready? The 2026 Atlantic hurricane season officially runs from June 1st through November 30th. 6 months of staying alert and prepared. Storms are named to help meteorologists, emergency officials, and the public communicate clearly and quickly during dangerous weather events. Hurricanes are also measured using the Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale, which ranks storms from categories 1 through 5 based on wind speed and potential damage. And did you know, when a hurricane becomes especially deadly or destructive, its name is permanently retired out of respect for the lives and communities affected. Now is the time to prepare your emergency kit with a portable AM/FM radio. Review your family plans and stay connected to trusted weather information. Preparation today can save lives tomorrow. These are the names of the storms for the 2026 Atlantic hurricane season. Arthur, Bertha, Cristobal, Dolly, Edward, Faye, Gonzalo, Hannah, Isaias, Josephine, Kyle, Leah, Marco, Nana, Omar, Paulette, Renee, Sally, Teddy, Vicky, and Wilfred. This public service announcement was brought to you by the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas in conjunction with the Disaster Risk Management Authority.
This portion of the news is brought to you by RBC Royal Bank. RBC has just the right loan you need with affordable financing.
Well, you're looking at a shot there of Fort Fincastle. In the background, the renovated water tower, one of many tourist attractions in the heart of the city's capital. And that shot courtesy of a very own drone pilot, Shane Gibson. Welcome back, everyone. Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, among global leaders congratulating Andy Burnham on his new role as Britain's Prime Minister. Prime Minister Davis noting in a statement that as he looks forward to working with Prime Minister Burnham to deepen ties between the Bahamas and the UK to advance shared interests. Now, Mr. Burnham succeeds Sir Keir Starmer as Britain's 7th Prime Minister in a decade. Well, back here at home, the wait's almost over for over 100 local government employees in the Family Islands have been waiting to be regularized. Family Island Affairs Minister, the Honorable Clay Sweeting, says once the list is completed, staffers will be made permanent and pensionable, ensuring they're eligible for salary reclassifications, promotions, as well as the proposed public sector health insurance plan.
It was somewhat of a challenge. We put together a small team to collect all of the information in regards to the data that they needed to become permanent and pensionable. We have completed 105, I think, out of the 113 individuals. So that has now moved on to HR and the Ministry of Works, which will then be forward to the Ministry of Public Service. So we're well on the way to get that done. We do have cabinet approval that was provided in April to complete this project. So we're excited for Family Islanders who have been left in limbo in some situations up to 20 years.
Well, after recent concerns about emergency capabilities on Bimini, steps are being taken to strengthen the island's preparedness. Leah Cooper tells us more.
Following that devastating fire on the island of Bimini earlier this month, the Disaster Risk Management Authority donated 2 essential pieces of equipment. Behind me, there's a firefighting vehicle along with an 800-gallon water bowser. The fire in Bailey Town destroyed 5 structures and left about 20 people without a place to call home. Police say officers responded shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning of July 8th to reports of a blaze on Kings Highway, where they found a 2-story concrete and wood building housing 4 residents completely engulfed in flames, with residents stretched thin, passing water hand to hand from the shoreline, while others climbed onto rooftops in a desperate effort to keep the flames from spreading. Those images sparked a national conversation about the state of firefighting resources on the island.
This is just one small step towards the changes that are needed. With our firefighting apparatuses that we have, that we're now handing over to the administrators here, to the police here on this island, to ensure that they are in a much better position to fight fires should the need arise.
Member of Parliament for Bimini and the Berry Islands, the Honorable Randy Roll, agreed, adding that it represents a significant investment in the safety and resilience of the community.
This is the first step of a number of initiatives that we intend to institute in the next couple of weeks. And so, we look forward to this. We want the people to know that we're going to be proactive, and we're thankful for this first step.
Meanwhile, DRMA Managing Director Aaron Sargent explained that the firefighting vehicle, an 800-gallon water bowser, will give first responders greater capacity to act quickly during fires, especially on the Family Islands where resources can be limited.
These were graciously donated through our partnerships with the U.S. Northern Command. We have a further 16 of these to be delivered throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Each of these UTVs, the UTVs alone, cost about $100,000 in terms of the customization and the fire skid apparatus that's on it. The bowsers individually around $20,000 to $30,000.
For the Bahamas Tonight, I'm Leah Cooper.
Well, Atlanta's Senior Vice President of Human Resources, Tamika Forbes, is following in the footsteps of some tourism bigwigs, and all while forging her own. She's been appointed the first female president of the Bahamas Hotel and Restaurant Employees Association. Forbes, a lawyer by profession, says she's looking forward to working with association members and stakeholders to strengthen collaboration, promote industrial stability, and help ensure tourism continues to create opportunities and economic prosperity throughout the Bahamas. Past presidents include George Myers, J. Barry Farrington, Robert Sandy Sands, and most recently, Russell Miller.
This portion of the news is brought to you by Folk Call Smart Pass, the smart way to pay at the pump.
1, 2, 3, what you gonna choose? Strawberry swirl, caramel too. Cookie dough bite, brownie swirl dream. Oreo crunch, make the whole team scream. Gotta be frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Gotta be frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Swirl it, twist it, taste that wave. Gotta be frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Cinnamon toast on a cool vanilla. Chocolate base and the flavor gets bigger. Sweet on sweet, yeah, that's the fun. Better get one, better run, run, run. Gotta be frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Hydrocolonic helped me with my acne. I did 3 consecutive sessions, and as a result, I have better gut health and clearer skin. Even after doing my sessions, I still follow up with at least 1 colonic session a month. If you're struggling with acne, I would definitely say give Hydrocolonic a try. We're having a special. Get 3 colonic sessions at a price of $300. We're located in East Winton area and also in the One West Medical. Give us a WhatsApp at 818-7586 and I'll send you our website link, or you could just visit us at CocoPlumWellnessBahamas.com. The link is also in our bio.
On July 30th, we celebrate something simple: loving our neighbor. It's the smile you share, the meal you give, the hand you lend. Kindness doesn't need permission, it just needs a moment. Across our islands and beyond, let's make compassion visible. See the need, show the love. Join the movement. Do one act of kindness today.
Here are a few things that you can add to your hurricane kit to give it a much-needed upgrade. Portable power banks, solar chargers, solar-powered radios, and similar items. While you're at it, make sure you're stocked up on the regulars: battery-operated radio and flashlight, additional batteries, a comprehensive first aid kit, along with 2 weeks of medication. Be sure to add life vests for family members and a toolkit. There should be 1 gallon of water per day for each member of your family and non-perishable food. Be sure to secure important documents like banking and insurance information and government-issued identification. And pay close attention to the ZNS network for all your weather updates. If this seems like a lot, think of it as survival through preparation. This season, be weather smart, weather safe.
Did you know that if a fire starts in your home, you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape? Keep your family and home safe with these few fire safety preparation and prevention tips. Ensure that your home has working smoke detectors. They will alert you if there is smoke and fire in your home. Install a smoke detector on every level of your home, inside each bedroom and outside each sleeping area. Test smoke detectors every month and change the batteries every 6 months. Home fires can spread rapidly and every second counts. Create an escape plan and practice it with everyone in your home. Make sure everyone can safely escape in less than 2 minutes. Keep escape routes as clutter-free as possible so no one trips or falls on the way out during an emergency. In addition to smoke detectors, fire extinguishers is an important device to have on hand. To use a fire extinguisher, remember the acronym PASS. Pull the pin, aim the nozzle, squeeze the handle, and sweep from side to side at the base of the fire. We must all do our parts to ensure that our families and homes are safe in the event a fire occurs. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police, the Director of Fire Services, and all officers of the fire department, let's work together to help prevent fires, because fire safety is everyone's responsibility, and the life you save may be your own.
My foolish pride aside in acknowledgement of your goodness. Everything is the Lord's in the earth in its fullness. It's MADIO Mario, and I'm inviting you to tune into Entertainment Fridays on the Bahamas Tonight. Access now at 7:30 p.m. You miss it, you diss it. To fall, but was caught before I fell. Was so hard-headed, too stubborn, I asked for help.
That's the Bahamas Tonight. Access now, weekdays, 7:30 p.m. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
Well, we're going to throw it now to Swanson and Marlena, who join us live for a sneak peek of what's coming up in Access Now. Hi, guys.
Thank you, Makushla. Thank you for getting my name right this time. I appreciate that.
We were listening out. We were making sure, but we've started the week fresh. We're back at it. We've got the right names going.
Right vibes, all the good vibes.
We've got a lot of fun coming up tonight. We're going to be talking to a content creator who is highlighting some of the best of the Bahamas, and I believe his current series already has over 1.5 million views. So stay tuned for that. I think he'll be highlighting Cricket Island coming next. So more of the places that people don't usually get to see.
Yes, we also have nurses from the Bahamas Baptist College graduating, stepping into new territory, so we celebrate them as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a summer camp highlight reel going on here, too. A lot of interesting camps you might not have thought of, so you got to come watch to see what it is.
For sure.
Well, I like what you say, Marlena. We're starting off Monday right. Stay with us, the Bahamas Tonight. The National Report continues after this.
Shop early to get your uniforms and catch ZNS Uniform Center's buy 4 get 1 free sale. Pre-monogrammed and regular school shirts, dry fit and cotton polos, jumpers, skirts, boys long and short pants, PE shorts, underclothes, tights, socks, neckties, belts, sleeping mats, hair accessories, and character work desk. Get 50% off backpacks, lunch bags, and raincoats. Buy 4 school shirts, get 1 free. Buy 2 skirts, jumpers, or pants, get the third 50% off. Need embroidery and monogramming done? Visit ZNS Uniform Center early. Beat the back-to-school rush. ZNS Chesapeake Road back-to-school special. Restrictions apply.
At BOB, we take pride in our business banking.
My name is Olivia Paget. I'm the owner of the Stone Crab Restaurant. I chose Bank of Bahamas as my financial partner because it's a local bank. They take care of all my financial transactions. The payroll goes through them. I describe my relationship with the Bank of Bahamas team as very friendly, really working with me as a business owner, and they are very helpful when it comes to giving advice on how to make these dreams reality.
Steak sandwich.
I really like the honey mustard sauce. And then like the crispy bacon on it as well.
Oh, it's pepper jack cheese.
I love the spice. I love the crunch.
I love the original sandwich, but just that simple addition of bacon was like over the top.
The chicken is really good.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I rate this a 10 out of 10. I'd eat this again.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
And that does it for the National Report, but stay close. The Bahamas Tonight continues with Access Now.
Health is the greatest gift. That's where we come in. Bahamas Medical and Surgical Supplies is a premier distributor of medical equipment, as well as medical and surgical consumables. Our engineers are always on hand, providing top care service that saves lives. We carry a wide selection of over-the-counter and prescription items, IV fluids, and other injections. Our products are state-of-the-art, and our entire team stays on top of cutting-edge technology. With more than 2 decades of dedicated service, Bahamas Medical and Surgical Supplies continues to be a trendsetter and innovator in healthcare. We have set ourselves apart by truly caring for our customers. We understand the intricacies of healthcare, and we produce spectacular results. We cherish our partnerships and nurture our friendships as we continue on our quest to help everyone maintain that wonderful gift of good health. Find us on 95th Terrace, Centerville, and now located in the Lucaya Shopping Center of Freeport, Grand Bahama.
Tourism today. Bahamas tourism today.
At Nassau Goombay Summer Festival 2026, Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin, highlighted the Bahamian spirit that lies at the heart of the event.
What you're seeing this evening is the launch of the Goombay Festival in New Providence. This festival is being held all over the nation. It is incredible. I was in Grand Bahama a couple of nights ago. The amount of people that were out, that came out to celebrate. And tonight is Long Island, and last night was Andros and Abaco, and all through the country. We are celebrating Goombay in the Bahamas. And here in Nassau, you see along the sides of the street, Bay Street is closed off. You have vendors who are selling everything in the book you can imagine. Every food, every drink. I'm told on this side, which I haven't gotten to yet, there are arts and crafts. This is really very important because this is a celebration of who we are. And I don't think we do that enough. I think we sort of, you know, I mean, I know we're proud, but I don't think we celebrate. And Goombay is a celebration. And so you'll see all of the traditional foods, the creative handiwork, etc., and the music that's coming. The police band just came down, and the world, did I say police band? The world famous police band. So this is, and people are out here tonight because, you know, first of all, it's something to do, but secondly, because it's a home space. It's who we are and what we are, and as I said, it's a celebration. So this is, I'm very, very proud of this event. I remember way back in the day, in my time, and to see, you know, that it's continuing even now, this grand celebration of the Bahamian spirit, the Bahamian identity, Bahamian culture, the Bahamian spirit, Bahamian everything. And so it's a wonderful event.
Come on down for more Goombay on Bay this week Friday, July 24th on Bay Street. I'm Michael Miller, and this is Tourism Today.
Bahamas Tonight Access Now starts now.
Good evening and happy top of the week to you. You're watching Access Now. I'm Marlena Leonard.
And I'm Swanson Gibson Jr. with the lighter side of news.
But first, let's get a first look at how our week is shaping up weather-wise. Because, Diane, you were right. The weather this weekend really was gorgeous.
Wasn't it?
How are we looking over the next few days?
Okay, so if you were out this weekend, you definitely enjoyed some real summer temperatures. I mean, it was hot, yes, but I think
There was a breeze.
There was a slight breeze.
It was like one piece of breeze.
Right. But going into the week, you may want to grab your umbrellas over the next few days because we're getting some evening showers. But
Good to know.
Let's take
I want
a
to get
closer
some exercise in, so thank you for that.
Right. Well, let's take a closer look. We're still keeping with last week's heat with a heat advisory still in place. We're getting temperatures in the low to mid-90s, and while we'll get a few showers, there'll still be plenty of sunshine. Looking at our satellite picture, what we're seeing is cloudiness over the northwest Bahamas, streaming from Tropical Depression number 2, which is just west of Florida in the Eastern Gulf. This depression is moving very slowly toward the northwest at 3 miles per hour with a maximum sustained wind of 35 miles per hour, and the tropical storm could form over the next day or two. Now, elsewhere in the tropics, tropical cyclone development is very low for the next 7 days. Now, looking at our 3-day boating forecast. In the northwest and central Bahamas, tonight and tomorrow we'll get southeast winds at 10 to 15 knots rather, seas at 2 to 4 feet, and we get low tides at 7:51 this evening and again at 8:04 in the morning. In the southeast Bahamas, easterly winds picking up at 15 to 20 knots with seas at 4 to 6 feet. Therefore, small craft operators, you're advised to exercise caution. And finally, in the northwest Bahamas on Wednesday, we'll get southeast winds 10 to 15 knots, seas at 2 to 4 feet. A low tide at 8:54 in the morning, followed by a high tide at 3:26 that afternoon. And in the central and southeast Bahamas on Wednesday, winds pick up in the central Bahamas and drop in the southeast, easterly at 12 to 18 knots with seas at 3 to 6 feet. Therefore, small craft operators, once again, you're advised to exercise caution. It is time now for your international temperatures brought to you by Royal Star Assurance.
My life is going nowhere. Knowing to push myself. Every venture I tried is it had
your international temperatures brought to you by Royal Star Assurance. And that wraps up your Access Weather Forecast. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks so much, Diane. I'm looking at that London being at 76 and feeling very jealous. But I know you were mentioning
exercising. Need to get that in this summer. I have plenty new friends now that I'm doing this access thing, so I can make sure my body tone and looking right. So, you know
wow, I love it. It's like we just reached, but this is the #1. It's his show now. I just work here.
I come to take over.
Well, coming up tonight, we've got young diabetics learning more about how to manage their condition. We go inside the summer camp designed to equip these kids with the tools needed.
Budding nurses complete a course that helps them jumpstart their career. Stay tuned for that.
Plus, in the wake of Hurricane Dorian, youngsters in Grand Bahama are learning more about hurricane preparedness. That's next.
And your Monday Access Now Sports Report is up next.
But first, we'll introduce you to a creator on a mission to showcase the very best of our Bahama Islands. You're watching the Bahamas Tonight Access Now. Stay with us.
We're learning, even playing, we're having lots of fun. We're working with each other until the day is done.
The Ministry of Education, Science and Technology hosted its first ever Bahamas EdTech and Innovation Festival, bringing together teachers from every island to explore creative new ways to boost student learning. Organizer and Senior Education Officer Samantha Wilson highlights what the inaugural event featured.
We have a coding corner where they actually learn how to code bots and stuff like that. We have an AR and VR room with AR glasses. As you walk in, you have 3D things coming at you. We have a Collaborate Connect cafe where they're going to be giving out some coffee as they sit and chat. We have a green room. We have a teacher tools shed. We have interactive bulletin boards around the place as well, so teachers can go and leave their mark.
On hand to support the groundbreaking launch were Deputy Prime Minister and Education Minister, the Honorable I. Chester Cooper, alongside Director Dominique McCartney Russell.
This is indeed an opportunity for us to engage with technology as we invest in technology. But investing in teachers will always deliver the greatest return, because empowered teachers empower students. And empowered students build stronger communities, stronger industries, and ultimately a stronger Bahamas.
I am excited, colleagues, because every new technology showcased here is designed to help students learn better, to help students become more engaged, and of course to excite them in their learning.
For Ed Talk, I'm Jonalie McIntosh. For instant updates, be sure to follow the ministry's WhatsApp channel by scanning the QR code or follow any of our social media pages.
50 years of nation building, see the legacy we trust. Oh, the water is our lifeline and the future flows through us. From the pine barrens to the ocean, in the sun and in the dust, we are building for tomorrow, and the future flows through us. Yeah, yeah. Yes, the future flows through us.
The Water and Sewage Corporation, celebrating 50 years of nation building.
A shopping cart has more savings than a shopping cart at Super Value and Quality Supermarkets. Rainbow corned beef, 12 ounces, $2.39. Mahatma long grain or parboiled rice, 5 pounds, $4.89. Whole chicken wings, $1.79 per pound. Sweet blueberries, 1 pint, $4.99. Fresh romaine hearts, 3-pack, $5.99. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Smart shoppers shop the specials at Super Value and Quality Supermarkets.
This portion of the news is brought to you by RBC Royal Bank. Your idea of getting there happens with RBC.
Welcome back. You're watching Access Now. Well, it all started with one simple video featuring the beauty of his hometown, Crooked Island. But one video quickly snowballed into a series that has garnered over 1.5 million views and a new idea to showcase the very best of our islands to the world.
Here to tell us all about his new project is creator Desmondo Boodle. Welcome to Access Now.
Good night, guys. Thanks for having me.
Oh, we're so excited to have you.
And you have your brother here with us as well.
Yes, Malik, right? Welcome, Malik, to you too. Now, tell us, how did this project get started? What inspired it?
So, like you said, just showing people my hometown, I feel like islands like Crooked Island don't get the attention that it deserves. There's a lot there, as you all saw. People don't know what's there, so I just wanted to show people what's there.
And so you're starting in Crooked Island.
Uh-huh.
Are you planning to hit every family island?
Every island.
Oh.
Every island. Rum Key, Ragged Island, Mayaguana, all.
And I think that's so important. So many of these islands are not the ones that get, like you said, highlighted the most when we're talking about promotion or being seen in, commercials on TV.
Exactly.
Why did you want to pick the hidden gems?
So I want to pick the hidden gems because I feel like, so our tourism product, we offer stuff like swimming pigs, like Bahama. I feel like we could add more to that and give stuff that's more unique and traditionally Bahamian, and then especially history. Like, we have a lot of rich history, like the nice landmarks, those ancient lighthouses. Yeah. I feel like people just should deserve to see that. Yeah.
Now, you're definitely well-versed within the content creation space, but I also understand you're a model as well. So how do you kind of marry those two and kind of bring about great content while exemplifying and representing Crooked Island as well through that?
So, being a model, I have to look good on camera, and then, I like to look good on camera in my hometown. So, like shoot like fashion scene in at a plantation, or shoot a fashion scene at the lighthouse at Bird Rock. So that's how I married the two together, to kind of get fashion brands to see, hey, he's at this cool location. Where is that cool location? It's right in Crooked Island.
Yeah, and it's unique. It's unique. Exactly. Now, Malik, I understand you were the right-hand man when it came to making all of this happen. What was the role that you played? And I understand you're both from Crooked Island, but did you learn anything new about your own island along the way?
Well, role, like simple things like going with him to carry the cutlass. Sometimes he'd need someone to take video recordings for him, like slashing out the bush, all of that. And then also when he was home to Crooked Island, I grew up on the island, so I knew a lot more of the history, and I was able to guide him and give him a little knowledge too.
Secret spots.
And one new location that we did find, we went to visit the William Hope Plantation, and like the part that I knew about was the main the master's home, the big headquarters. Is like a two-story building that they lived in. But me and him, we looked on the Google image, and we saw that it was like a building in the back. And initially, I thought it was one of the slave, like a home a slave dwelling. But turned out it was like the main kitchen, and that was pretty cool to see, because like we got video recordings of the chimney and all of that.
Wow. And you never know if this is the first time some of these things are being seen on camera. Now, I understand you have a plan for a bigger project to come out of this. What's the plan to get that show off the ground, and what is that project?
So the project is to go to every island and uncover all the hidden gems and, show to the Bahamas and the world. And the plan to get that is, so I did a call to help. I already got a few, got a few pledges, like Western Air is going to be sponsoring me flights. Thank you to Western Air. Shout out to Link Up Bahamas. They're going to be getting me more content to shoot more gear. So I'm going to need a bit more pledges, a bit more financial support, so I can hit every island and, like I say, just show the whole world what the Bahamas has to offer.
How can people reach you? If someone is seeing this and they say, I want to be part of this, how can I help? How can they reach you?
So you can reach me on my Facebook at Desmondo Boodle or my Instagram at Desmondo Boodle.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm so excited to see what else comes out of this, because I think you're right, it's a hidden gem of the Bahamian tourism market, especially domestic tourism for us.
Exactly.
Well, stay with us. Your access to tonight's stories is up next.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
This is the ride on the weekend with my grandma to this place, Burger King Nassau, where Grandma enjoyed her favorite flame grilled Whopper with fresh veggies, flame grilled beef just the way she likes it. And then I enjoyed my cheeseburger kids meal with a special treat.
And now, all grown up, I get to enjoy Burger King with these people, my friends, enjoying the same classic flame grilled Whopper. Let's just say, we know flame grilled tastes better.
Hurricane season is here, and
everything your house needs is at We Buy You Sell. Impact windows and doors built with strong frames and reinforced glass to hold if a storm hits. 10 and 16 millimeter galvanized steel are now available. Roofing materials with architectural and asphalt shingles, roof flashing, nails, and so much more, all right here. Solar lights are 50% off while supplies last, and solar power systems are available for pre-order. Stay safe this storm season by visiting us on Robinson Road or WhatsApp 636-8412.
Feel the difference. Ruby's Ultra Tech in your car. Fill up with Ruby's Ultra Tech. Spend less and go far. Fuel up with Ruby's Ultra Tech. Get the most out every ride. Just watch your car perform with the best fuel inside. Fuel up with confidence in every mile. Get Ruby's Ultra Tech in your tank and drive with a smile. Watch your car perform with the best fuel inside. Fuel the difference with Ruby's Ultra Tech.
You're watching Access Now. Welcome back. Now, Swanson, I feel like I can't let us move into the new week without asking you for commentary on this. The World Cup finals were yesterday, and I think to the surprise of many, Spain came out on top. But what did you think of the final, Swanson?
I absolutely loved it. Came down to the wire, going in extras. Spain, led by Lamine Yamal and all of those guys. I think it was a nice passing of the torch. Particularly, I don't know if you saw that picture, that iconic picture now of Messi holding Lamine Yamal. It almost seems it's like a prophecy fulfilled in a way. But it is kind of somber in a way. You're seeing this generation of talent, Messi, Ronaldo, Neymar retiring, so it's sad seeing legends like that leave the game, but overall it was an impressive World Cup. I know you're an England girly, so how did you feel to get to third place?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it was no surprise that I was rooting for England. And of course, it felt good that we were at least able to take home third, but I don't know, my disappointment, I was checked out. Yeah. All I know is between the excitement of all of the matches and the hilarious memes, the meme content that was coming out of this Chef's Kiss.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, it kept many of us entertained and well-fed this summer. And speaking of summer, our next story is about a specialized summer camp. This year, the Bahamas Diabetes Association has created a safe space for kids living with type 1 diabetes. Our West Callis Forbes has more.
A new summer camp designed specifically for children living with type 1 diabetes is seeking to equip these youngsters with tools to better manage their condition. The one-week camp hosted by the Bahamas Diabetes Association is focused on educating, building confidence, and equipping the kids and their siblings with the tools they need to thrive. Organizers believe that living with diabetes is a journey the entire family should understand.
No manners at island, so the children need support. Their relatives need to know how to manage their siblings. If they see them going hypo, they could call for help. They could go and get something for them to drink to bring up the sugar, or if it's too high or too low. So they need support. Everyone needs support.
The kids will learn how to count carbs, monitor their blood sugar levels, and become more confident and independent. Pediatrician Dr. Talika Chisholm-Smith says in addition to physical, children with type 1 diabetes also face some mental challenges as well.
A lot of them may suffer from depression and anxiety because there's a lot that they have to worry about and a lot they have to handle.
Dr. Chisholm-Smith says type 2 diabetes cases have increased by nearly 20% and encourages parents to help their children adapt healthier lifestyles.
So in regards to type 2 diabetes, the message is usually the same in terms of taking care of your health, eating well, exercising, staying away from the sedentary lifestyle, excessive screen time. You want the kids to get out there and play.
For the Bahamas Tonight, Access Now, I'm Wes Calix Forbes.
Thank you, Wes. Budding nurses taking a critical step in pursuing their calling after graduating from the Bahamas Baptist College's Summer Healthcare Camp. Our Maya Moss tells us more.
All under the age of 14, the graduates of the Bahamas Baptist College's Summer Healthcare Camp proudly crossed the stage after completing courses in nursing, health information, and other healthcare disciplines. But beyond the certificates and the applause, the ceremony marked something far more greater, the birth of dreams that may one day shape the future of healthcare in the Bahamas. With words of hope and inspiration, registered nurse Tamia Sherald urged the future nurses to dream boldly, embrace every challenge, and never underestimate the lives they are destined to touch.
Looking back now, I realized something that changed my life.
God will often use the very thing that tried to break you to build the person He created you to become. Amen. So if you're facing challenges today, don't quit. If you fail a test, don't quit. If life doesn't go according to your plan, don't quit. If someone tells you that you're not smart enough, don't quit, because your story is still being written today. The chapter you're in today is not the ending. It is simply preparing you for the testimony you will share tomorrow.
Executive Director of the Bahamas Baptist University College, Dr. Mateo Smith, noted that their journey was more than a summer camp, but a timely investment into the nation's future, designed to ignite young minds, nurture hearts of compassion, and introduce our future agents of change to careers rooted in service, sacrifice, and healing.
4 weeks ago, these students entered this program as strangers. Many of them did not know each other. The room was quiet, the conversations were limited, and perhaps there was a little uncertainty about what the weeks ahead looked like. But today, we are not looking at a group of strangers, we're looking at a family. Over these past 4 weeks, they have learned together, they've worked together, laughed together, encouraged one another, and formed bonds that I believe will continue long after this ceremony has ended. And watching that transformation has been one of the most rewarding parts of this entire experience, and I'm extremely proud of every one of them.
For these high schoolers, the white coats they hope to achieve one day will represent more than a nursing profession, built on hope, sacrifice, and a commitment to serve those who will need it most. Reporting for the Bahamas Tonight, I'm Amaya Moss.
Congratulations to those aspiring nurses, and thank you so much, Amaya. Meanwhile, in just under 2 months, we'll observe 7 years since Hurricane Dorian devastated Abaco and Grand Bahama, claiming hundreds of lives and causing millions in damage. But organizers of a camp in Grand Bahama say ensuring kids are hurricane smart helps the whole family. That's why 46 youngsters, many of whom experienced Hurricane Dorian, are learning some valuable tips on hurricane preparedness, thanks to a team from the University of Miami and Resilient Cities Catalyst. The campers were taught what they can do to help their families prepare for a hurricane, the cardinal rules, do's and don'ts when a storm is passing, and how to pack an emergency bag. A similar program for adults and parents with special needs children is also on the drawing board. Remember, hurricane season ends November 30th.
Stay with us. You're watching Access Now.
Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect, a first-of-its-kind innovation that returns pistons to factory clean, removing up to 100% of deposits, restoring your engine to perform like new. All new Restore and Protect, another first by Valvoline, distributed by Battery and Tire Specialists.
Isn't that nice? Wait, you missed it? Ah, you haven't been on the website. Here's how TDC can help you. Whether you're turning your home into a vacation rental, pitching a business idea, or growing what you've already started, the TDC is here to help. Visit tdcbahamas.com for every conversation, event, grant, and opportunity happening near you. Tourism is all of our business, and the TDC is here to support yours.
Are you or a loved one under medical care? Do you need affordable medical supplies? Ports International is the largest home health care supplier. Medical supplies at the very best price. And you can even shop online. From hospital beds to wound care, wheelchairs to walkers, Ports is a one-stop shop for your medical supplies, and we accept insurance. We have online shopping and 2 locations to serve you, at the Airport Industrial Park and Shirley Street. We also ship to the Family Islands. Shop online and visit us on Facebook. Call Ports at 377-1771.
At Cartwright, our members
members know that there's a lot to smile about. They know that membership has its privileges. Guaranteed low pricing on every item, every time you shop. Each membership comes with 2 cards. That's one for you and a free card for a member of your household. Gold card holders earn an annual 2% rebate up to $500. KoshRide members get discounts at other participating businesses. So that's a lot to smile about. Whether it be clothing, appliances, home goods, or groceries, shop at KoshRide, where membership truly has its privileges.
You're looking at a nighttime shot of Bahamar. Don't forget to check out the Jazz Bar this Wednesday and Thursday for Music Soul Child. And next, your Access Now Sports Report.
Well, welcome to your Monday Sports Check, everyone. I'm Amajal Knowles, topping sports. Well, the streak has officially been broken. Last night at the Kendall G. Lazick Gymnasium, it was the heavily anticipated 2026 Peace on the Streets Pastors versus Politicians basketball game. And up to this point, the clergy have dominated this matchup. But with some new recruits in the fold, the politicians hoping to change the result, and they would get out early and often, building a 13-point lead at the end of the first quarter. The clergy would cut into the deficit to make it single digits at the half. But the politicians, they would be just too much to handle in the second. Powered by 25 points from Jay Philippe, the legislators would lay down the law, cruising to a 71-50 victory.
I mean, we executed from start to finish. Defensively, we won the game. We played a nice 2-3 defense, also a man-to-man defense. We was able to make some coverages on the defensive end. And our shots fell in tonight, so we are so excited about tonight's victory. It's been some years since the politicians has won this game. And tonight we wanted to make sure that we came out here victorious. We did just that.
Okay, Mr. Philippe, you're no stranger to basketball. How did you bring your coaching input into this game tonight?
You know, basketball has been saved my life. And I played at the college level. I played at the junior national level. I'm currently a coach now for the Bahamas national team. And so just being in that moment, understanding the experience where I'm at, I know my team needed a lot from me on the offensive end. The game got a little close in the fourth quarter, but we needed to slow the ball down, make the right decisions. We stayed composed. We made the right decisions come down the stretch, and we was able to execute and came with the most important victory tonight.
Switching gears, the Bahamas Senior Men's National Volleyball team currently battling Trinidad and Tobago at this hour to perhaps settle for a bronze medal at the 2026 Kazoa Final Four Men's Championship in Curacao. The Baymans fell in straight sets to Trinidad and Tobago on Sunday, 25-19, 25-13, and 31-29. The team also took on Barbados early on Sunday and lost in that match in straight sets as well. 25-21, 25-18, and 25-20. We'll have the highlights from the bronze medal showdown for you in tomorrow's Sportscast. From track and field over the weekend, Shawnee Miller-Weibo was back on the track and continuing a strong bounce-back season with a podium finish at the Novuna London Athletics meet in the Olympic Stadium in London, England. Bayman track and field star finished third in the women's 200 meters in 22.24 seconds, recording a third top 3 finish in the Wanda Diamond League this year, and also qualifying for the Diamond League finals in Brussels, Belgium in September. After getting off to a bit of a slow start, Miller-Weibo utilized her tremendous top-end speed to run past 5 runners on the home stretch. However, it wasn't enough to catch the top 2 runners. Crossing the tape first would be St. Lucia's Julian Alfred. She'll be followed by the USA's Gabby Thomas. 12 news from this weekend. A strong performance led Team Bahamas to a bronze medal at the 2026 Little League Baseball Caribbean Series, which wrapped up on Friday in Puerto Rico. The Bahamas, represented by the Freedom Farm Baseball League team, outslugged Bonaire 11-5 in the third place game. They had previously lost to Bonaire 8-7 earlier in the tournament. In the semifinals the day before, Team Bahamas fell to the Dominican Republic 2-0. The DR, they would go on to win the title, defeating Aruba 5-3 in the championship game. The Bahamas was coached by Clarence McKenzie. And that's been a look at your sports on this Monday. I'm Amajal Knowles, signing out until tomorrow.
Congratulations to the class of 2026 valedictorian and salutatorian. Your hard work, dedication, and perseverance have earned you this outstanding achievement. As you begin this exciting new chapter, may your future be filled with continued success and limitless opportunities. Our sponsors salute academic excellence and proudly join in celebrating your remarkable achievement.
Well, that does it for Access Now on this Monday night.
Stay tuned for the rundown with Art Grant.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Now we 1 for 2. We got to get this in.
Okay.
Ready? Oh. 1 for 3.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Still tight.
Yo, it's Iman, the one and only, and I want y'all to tune into Entertainment Fridays on Access Now every Friday at 7:30 p.m. Who knows? Your favorite Bahamian artist might end up showing their face. But you gotta watch to find out.
We play just like your kids. We text just like your kids. We learn. We even cook. We take selfies. We have hobbies. And we love sports. In every way, we are just like everyone else and enjoy the same things and live our lives every day, just like you do. So if you happen to meet us, treat us just like everyone else. Because at the end of the day,
we're just like you.
Living life with Down syndrome is simply living. To learn more about Down syndrome, call 727-2105. This message is brought to you by the Grand Bahama Down Syndrome Society.
By giving unconditionally, not expecting anything in return, I thought was a wonderful way of showing this love. And I believe that it is love that truly draws people. And so I thought we could cover a lot more people by feeding. Volunteers, you know, they have truly been sold.
My passion is to help, and I thank God for what I can do through the help of Bahamas Feeding Network.
PREP stands for Prepare, Refocus, Educate, and Produce. When young people come to the program, we make them feel comfortable. We may break out into groups. When Philip asked Nathaniel said to him, "Can anything good come out of Nazareth?" Has anyone said, "Can anything good come out of Canaan Lane? Can anything good come out of Ball's Alley?" There are a lot of young people in Canaan Lane who are excelling in track, who are doing well in school. What I started PREP to help to do, to get people to understand and notice that there are problems and issues that are going on with our young people, that indeed we who can do something should do something. And so PREP is here for them, creating the opportunities, letting them know that there is potential that you have not yet discovered within yourself. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
What does disability look like? In a busy airport terminal? At the check-in counter? At security checkpoints? Or even in baggage claim? Passengers with hidden disabilities often go unnoticed. Globally, 1 in 7 persons have some form of a disability. 80% of those disabilities are non-visible. In an airport environment, workers are often unaware of hidden physical, mental, or neurological disabilities that some passengers live with. This can lead to frustration and a less than ideal travel experience. So, how do we make the invisible more visible? At LPIA, we've implemented the Sunflower Lanyard program. The lanyards are visual cues for airport workers to immediately identify passengers who might need additional assistance. NAD is teaming up with the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities and key stakeholders at LPIA to launch the internationally recognized initiative. We're joining more than 180 airports and 26 countries already in the program. NAD is the first organization in the Bahamas to recognize the Sunflower Initiative. It's a way to show our continued commitment to making LPIA a safe, welcoming, and inclusive airport for all. Passengers needing to secure a free Sunflower lanyard can email sunflower@nas.bs or call 1242-397-8600. For more information, visit www.nassauLPIA.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Rundown. My name is Howard Grant. It is absolutely wonderful to be here with you in the land of the living. Talk to me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so grateful to be with you. I'm hoping that you're well. I hope that you had a beautiful weekend. You were able to kind of get here, and I'm thanking you very much for being able to tune in with us again today. Now, if you had any opportunity to be able to check out my social media handles and all the things that we're doing, especially listening to my show today, I would have told you that today I have a special guest in-house with me. It's very special. I've been looking forward to this kind of a conversation, especially in the seat of victory, to be able to talk about these things with a mandate, not over a space, but over the country. I'm excited about that. I want to introduce you to my pastor. I just want to be decent as I say that, right? I'm very possessive. I don't mean to be with you, right? But my pastor, and I'm newly elected president of the Bahamas Christian Council and senior pastor of Bahama Harvest Church, none other than Mario Moxie. Pastor, it is wonderful to have you with us. Touch my hand. Praise God.
It is so good to be
Praise
here.
God.
So good to be here.
It's so wonderful to have you with us. Talk to a lot of persons if they don't know who you are. Let them know who you are and your newly elected position.
Well, I'm Pastor Mario, and newly elected to the Bahamas Christian Council. I've been serving in the council for 18 plus years. Half of that time was an executive director, and the other half was first vice president in the Bahamas Christian Council. So I have a long track record, a lot of familiarity with the council, but you know, nothing really truly prepares you for the leadership of the council. This is something that I believe I've been called to do. I've always had the nation in my heart. As a matter of fact, when I was in Bible college, there was a passage of scripture that resonated deep within me. Psalms 2 verse 8 says, "Ask of me and I'll give you the nations." And I could sense the presence of God kind of just edging me on to ask God for the Bahamas, and I did that. And so I really believe that this nation is destined to discover its purpose, to live out its purpose, but then also to come to the Lord. You know, my entire life, when people see me, they said, you know, we like you, Pastor Mary, because you don't really have an agenda, and I have to correct people all the time. Yeah, I do have an agenda. My agenda is to win this nation to Jesus Christ. So that's my agenda in a nutshell, and that's what I've been called to do.
Historically, people would have known you for your agitation way back in the day. I want to say almost 20 some years now, for the agitation that you would have taken, maybe more than that, the agitation that you would have taken from being able to see those persons from an alternative lifestyle coming into our show. So historically, this is the space that persons know you for. And they may have drifted off, but you have not stopped agitating for growth, development, for transparency, for realignment with those things of God.
I believe that every nation has a purpose, and as the Bahamas, we have a purpose, and that purpose, one part of it is to glorify God, to be a beacon of hope to the rest of the world. That, you know, what could possibly happen when a nation determines that it's going to follow the path of righteousness? I don't think our Constitution was created by accident. I think there's portions of that that's just simply inspired. You read the preamble of our Constitution, and you're by far inspired to godliness. You know, we talk about a supremacy, recognizing a supremacy to God is so important, and it's part of the fabric of who we are. And that's the reason why we consider the Bahamas a Christian nation, because we believe in God. We believe that the Lordship of Jesus Christ in our country. And that's not exclusively. That's not to say that you have to be a Christian to be a citizen of the Bahamas, or every citizen should be a Christian. But it gives us direction in terms of this is who we are. This is our identity. We identify with Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you know, I'm listening to you, and this kind of idea of being able to bring the nations to Christ and bring the Bahamas to Christ is a strong one. A lot of persons do that within the confines of their four walls, not necessarily getting into the council or anything from an external standpoint. And I think it can be misconstrued socially from those who don't necessarily have the mature eyes to understand that, hey, listen, these pastors are only about money. You, on the other hand, for the past 18 years have been serving in one way or another from an expansive standpoint. Talk to me about why did you step outside? Because I know that your responsibilities are vast as it relates to what you're doing within the confines of Bahama Harvest Church. Why did you step outside to be able to lend even more of yourself in this particular capacity?
There's something about the call of God that makes us all sacrificial in one sense. You know, when we say yes to God, it's a matter of surrendering our will to His will. And that means that I like how Paul puts it. Paul says, I'm a bond servant. That's just a fancy way of saying I'm a slave. And so when you begin to take on that posture and recognize that Jesus Christ is Lord of your life, then you go wherever He sends you, and you do whatever He tells you to do. Your life is no longer your own. And we have to be very unapologetic about that as we go about our walk with God, especially as ministers of the gospel. I've surrendered to my calling. It is easy for me to simply pastor Bahamas Harvest Church. As a matter of fact, I would just love to do that, just, you know, get in a wonderful bubble and only pastor Bahamas Harvest Church. But I'm reminded of John 3:16, for God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son. Not just some small portion of the world, not just the Jews, but the entire world. And it's that love that really causes us to love everyone involved and to see the nation as a whole and not just stick to our corner. There's so many gifted and talented people that can make invaluable contributions to our nation. But they've seen what happens when others step out and try to contribute, and the backlash that they get. And some people just resign and say, you know what? That's not for me. I don't need to put myself through that. So rather than contributing nationally, I'll just stay in my small corner of the world and do what I do.
I'm going to ask you this question. This may get a little spicy, but I think that we owe it to the viewers to have this kind of a conversation. In your capacity, post being able to find yourself victorious in this position of the Bahamas Christian Council, you have been on the lips of a great deal of persons being able to identify the mammoth cathedral that you're being able to build, not just with the support of bankers and financiers, but with the support of the entire congregation who understands the objective, the goal, the idea of being able to push this. I know that you may hear it, you may not hear it, you may dismiss it. What about the social pushback that identifies in this new age of thinking, the superficial, the tangibles, yeah, but why have that? And these kind of acquisitions outside looking at the overarching objective of why we need to create these things. Talk to me about it.
You know, the kingdom of God is always expanding. And in order for people to understand where we're going, you have to have an idea of our history and why we are the way that we are. When I came back from Bible college, I came back with the hope of being God's man of power for the hour. I was coming back to save the nation. And you get back into the trenches of it, and you begin to realize that it takes some time to do that. You have to build credibility, you have to build relationships, you have to win souls. It takes time. And so we got busy doing what we're supposed to be doing. We started off 7 years into ministry. We built our East Campus. That was an incredible leap of faith for us. But after I had built the East Campus, there was something happened. There was a very pivotal moment. I don't know if you realize this, but most pastors, and this is a global statistic, most pastors resign after a building program. Because it just takes so much out of them. Yeah, they're completely. So
after they say this for the building fund, this for the building fund, then they say, all right, that's it.
After the building is completed, it takes so much out of you. When we were building our East Campus on Prince Charles Drive, I can recall being in that building by myself, working late at night. I became a contractor overnight. So I was screwing up sheetrock and all this other stuff. And I look on the ground and there was fresh blood. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, who's in this building with me? And I started going from room to room searching for this blood, trying to track the blood until I finally realized I was bleeding. The blood was coming from me. I turned over a bucket, sat down, and I wept like a baby. I'm in this building all by myself, and I hurt myself. I said, I could die in here and nobody would know until tomorrow morning. Yeah. You know, it's like you give so much of yourself, and that incident defined for me blood, sweat, and tears. Completely defined it. I understood what it meant. So after we had finished, even though I knew that statistic, that pastors resign after a building project, I still was in my office, so I didn't think I resigned. But I honestly did not catch myself for 2 years after we were completed with that building. 2 years were just like a blur. They happened, and I can't account for them. I was operating, doing things, but mentally, I was gone. And so when I caught myself, I started asking questions. What do I want to see at the end of my pastoral ministry? When I get to heaven, I want to be able to see my congregation. And I wasn't sure whether or not my congregation would have made it to heaven. Now, I'm not saying that to be tongue-in-cheek or anything like that, but there's something as a pastor, you want to know that life change is actually happening. And so I started to pursue life change. And the more I asked questions, the less I liked the answers I was getting. But I didn't have the sense to stop asking the questions. I kept asking the questions, and it provoked me to pursue God from a completely different perspective. I started to think about, how do we foster life change? Only God creates life change, but what do we do in our environment to foster life change? And that took a pursuit. Of course, we don't have time to get into the end result of that pursuit, but we started to implement some of these things. And as we implemented it, the growth started happening, numeric growth started happening. Now, we never pursued numeric growth. We never pursued attendance. That was a byproduct of something else, us making sure that we were creating environments for healthy spiritual growth in the lives of the people who were attending. And as the church grew, we just needed more and more capacity. And the only way to add capacity is to add experiences. So we went from 1 worship experience to 2 to 3 to 4 worship experiences on Prince Charles. And we got to...
You had to have been burned out.
I was excited. You know, we went to 4, and then we went to 3 on Sunday morning and 1 on Saturday night. And that's where the burnout started to come, but not from me. And I noticed it in our volunteers. But they weren't even complaining about it. They didn't say anything to me. I sat down and I looked, I said, this is not healthy. We can't sustain this. We can't do this. And we started to look for alternatives. So I just cut out the Saturday service. It was growing. Things were happening. But I did not want to pay the price of losing our volunteers and causing our volunteers to fall out of love with Jesus because of the work for the Lord that they were doing. And so we just started looking for alternatives. We came up with the R&D Plaza, the Galleria Cinema that was there. So we subleased that cinema while the Galleria Cinema was still there. We used it as a venue rental on Sunday mornings. So we would set up on a Sunday morning, have church there and have church out east. And the original idea was to broadcast from the East Campus to that location. So it would have been a video venue, but that never happened because it was too glitchy. The technology really wasn't there quite yet. And so it forced us to revamp. So we started to have services in the east and in the west. I would do 8 o'clock in the east, 9 o'clock in the west, 10 o'clock in the east.
Did you get a helicopter?
11 o'clock in the west. We burned the streets up. During that time, until eventually, you know, we just decided to renovate we ended up with the entire facility there at the Galleria. We renovated it, and it was sufficient space for us to completely move there. So now that we're there, we're doing 3 services there on a Sunday morning, 7, 9, 30, and 12. The next step for us, because that's not really sustainable in the long run, is there's no other place for us to rent. There's no other place for us to
You're expanding significantly.
We're expanding, so we need a new facility. And hence the reason why we're building the new facility on Bethel Avenue, which is 100,000 square feet. It's a $25 million facility. And hopefully this year we'll be able to move into that facility, and our congregation would be whole. We'll have 2 worship experiences as opposed to 3. But the facility itself is more than just a church campus. It is a place for families to come every day of the week.
Yeah.
So we have 3 different eateries there. We have activities and event spaces there, a convention center so people can have their meetings. It's going to be a wonderful place when we're done.
You know, I'm excited about it. I want to talk a little bit more about it, ladies and gentlemen. We're sitting here with none other than senior pastor for Bahama Harvest Church and newly elected president of the Bahamas Christian Council, none other than Mario Moxie. We're going to take this quick break. When we get back, we can dive a little bit deeper after this.
Behind every strong economy is a bold entrepreneur, and we're here to support them, island by island. On Long Island, we've helped 77 entrepreneurs turn their dreams into thriving businesses. Through over $1.9 million in approved funding, the SBDC is strengthening Long Island's economy by investing in its leading sectors: fishing, transportation, and agriculture. No matter the island, every business we support strengthens the economy, starting with yours. SBDC, Bahamas.
When all dogs are hungry, you have to feed them to make sure they stay healthy. You have to feed them every day.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is The Rundown. I'm Howard Grant. It's so wonderful to have you with us this evening, Monday evening. Beautiful day, 3,428 degrees outside. I hope that you're cool. I'm sitting with none other than senior pastor of Bahama Harvest Church and newly elected president of Bahama Christian Council, none other than Pastor Mario Moxie. Pastor, you've really been talking to us about some stuff, and I'm actually wrapped up and enamored. You think I don't go to your church? I'm actually wrapped up and enamored in your words because you hear passion behind it. You hear determination, you hear push, you hear this sort of a pull on a day-to-day basis to be able to not only show the kingdom of God, but being able to move with faith after the things that the Father has called you to be able to do in this earth. I want you to talk to me about this position. We heard about your church, and I just wanted to kind of give you a caveat. You know, these experiences that he speaks about in church, is one thing. I truly enjoyed that. But when I saw my babies come back from, that's how they get you, you know, I just want to let you know. When my babies came back from Kids Electric, and they came back from Children's Church, and my babies thought, oh, Daddy, we had a great time today, and I want to come back. They did that about 6 times. And we made, you see what you did there? But it was a wonderful experience, and it's truly, there's a space for everyone. My teenagers had a place to go to really be able to exchange and have a great conversation like that. Talk to me about how you diversified those and created a space individually and independently for every age group to be able to worship and have a good time.
You know, when we came back from Bible college, my wife and I, Pastor Erica, has an incredible passion for children. And from Seagrape Shopping Center, she started building our children's ministry. From day one, we knew we wanted to have a children's ministry. It was just part of the fabric of who we are. We wanted to minister to the entire family, and that was part of it. So once we moved into our new own facility in Prince Charles, we dedicated space to children. There was a significant amount of space, as it is in our new building as well. The majority of space is really dedicated towards our children, and rightfully so. We discovered that if you give them the space, the environment that's just appropriate for them, they're going to naturally gravitate towards one another. And once you put the right type of content and program in place, then it creates an appetite for the things of God, and that's what we want. You know, Pastor Erica, one of her mottos for family life is we'd rather build boys and girls as opposed to repair men and women. And so we spend a lot of our time focusing on how do we structure our ministry. So that was always part of the ministry, making sure that there's a family life environment. Of course, she's no longer directly involved in family life, but our family life ministry is still existent. So and that's only one aspect. You know, you talk about church work, and it's all encompassing. There's so many moving parts. People ask, well, what is the one thing? There isn't just one thing. There are a number of things, and just like the human body, it requires, I don't know if you know how many systems in the human body, but I'll tell you, it's 11 systems in the human body. Our human body require all 11 of those functioning and working together. Well, the same thing happens in the church. You know, there are a number of systems in a church, and all of those systems really need to function, to work together in order to accomplish the end goal, and that is life change. That is people growing in faith and developing in their pursuit of God.
Now we can get into the Bahamas Christian Council. Your concepts and ideas that we can see evident in your steps that you would have taken from Seagrape Shopping Plaza to Prince Charles to R&D Plaza, now being able to step into a facility, a mammoth facility, and you have support all along the way. It shows us that your systems, that your concept, that your passion, that your determination is at the forefront, and things are working. You've been in the Bahamas Christian Council serving for 18 years, and I know a lot of persons, I know you wouldn't say it, you know, for diplomatic reasons, let's leave it like that. But the truth is that we know that the Bahamas is riddled with tradition. We've seen a lot of that tradition spill out of the Bahamas Christian Council over the years, with the rejection of the idea of things shifting and really being able to prepare yourself for the next stage, the next era, and how you be able to deal with a younger, budding generation. What systems, concepts, ideas will you carry over to the Bahamas Christian Council in your capacity as president to be able to see change both locally and nationally?
You know, first of all, one of the things we have to recognize is that the message of God is sacred. The methodology isn't. The methodology changes. The Bahamas Christian Council was birthed many, many years ago, and as a president, I stand on the shoulders of former presidents. It took us time to evolve into the place that we're at. There is nothing necessarily special about anything that I'm doing, only that I'm riding on the backs of others who have paid a price for the Bahamas Christian Council to be where it is today. And that's how the council has always operated. You know, one person run their leg of the race, and then they pass the baton on to the other guy, and then that baton gets passed on to the other guy. I now have the baton in my hand, so the focus is on everything that I do as the president of the Bahamas Christian Council. But you have to understand that baton has been handled by some incredible men and women over the years who have contributed to the stability of Christianity in this nation through the Bahamas Christian Council. So I tip my hat to them, and I'm grateful having served many of them in the past, and their work kind of really speak for itself. Right now, it's my turn to lead the organization, and so I have to do what is necessary in this season, in this generation, in this culture, to continue to make the Bahamas Christian Council relevant for our generation.
A lot of persons will look at crime or promiscuity or any one of the issues that we have. Most recently, we would have been able to see a lot of persons being able to be hauled before courts because of sexual deviance in one way or another. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about this sort of an appetite, giving them over to reprobate minds. It's almost like we can see this now. This appetite for destruction, this appetite for, you know, to acquire what is yours, this selfish position that we're seeing in society. Talk to me about how you're going to be able to do it. Traditionally, we'd be able to see our pastors possibly walking the streets at 4 o'clock in the morning, holding hands, praying, saying that they're on the prayer line, doing these particular things. How do you show up to children who have, or young people who have PTSD? How do you show up to brokenness that has been compressed over 2 generations? How do you show up and articulate the love of Christ without being able to offend someone who doesn't know? How do we, you know, navigate this environment? What can be said and done in this time in this season?
Well, one of the things we have to look at is the role of the Bahamas Christian Council. And I like to talk about it from 3 different perspectives. One is to be the moral and spiritual conscience of the nation. That means to bring direction and guidance to the nation, that this is where we're headed, this is where we're going, these are the things that we should be looking out for. We need to establish more or less guardrails in our nation so that we don't go off the deep end. So that's, when we think about the role of the Bahamas Christian Council, we have to think about it from that perspective. We want to make sure that we identify those guardrails, and that as a nation we stay within those boundaries. The second aspect of it is to advise the government on policy. We don't run the country; the government runs the country. But from time to time, we give advice and counsel on policy matters. And then the third aspect is to be an advocate for local churches. And so what you're referring to is that aspect of advocacy, where we come alongside local churches so that they can do the work of the ministry. The Bahamas Christian Council was never designed to do the work of ministry, but to help those who do it, to facilitate some of the things that they do. So a lot of what you just described is the work of the local church. So the Christian Council is not to compete with the local church, but to enhance it. And so our role is very defined from that perspective. There are many churches, having said that, there are many churches that are on the front line doing exactly what you said. One of the things I think in our country people take for granted, I shouldn't say, that's a poor term, I shouldn't say take for granted. I think we have this propensity to add up all the wrong things, but we accept the good things. So we see it, not that we take it for granted, we see it, we just accept it, and we move on like it's not really all that weighty, when in actuality it is very weighty. Mm-hmm. You look at the churches that are available every weekend and hosting youth movements, for example. The number of youth movements in this country that facilitate young people coming together, directing them into a path of righteousness, that's a critical aspect of nation building. But it's overlooked as, okay, so what else? You know, like, that's not huge. It's a huge deal. we're filling an incredible void, an incredible gap. Pastors that you know, get those 2 a.m. calls in the morning because a family is in crisis. And when I say crisis, that can be an extreme of anything, from somebody having a meltdown in the home to death in the home to whatever it is. But they're present, they're there. We cannot look over these things and just accept them as, okay, so these things happen, now what? No, these are huge things that pastors put their lives on the line all the time. They sacrifice, they give, and oftentimes they don't get a thank you. You know, we highlight some of the negative things that happen in Christendom among pastors. But for every one pastor that's doing something inappropriate, and there are so many pastors that are, there are dozens of others who are keeping the line. And I think it's important for us to recognize that. And you have bad actors in every profession, in every field there is in life. Unfortunately, the church is not exempt from that. Mm-hmm. And I think it's important for us to face that reality. Society knows it, so we might as well talk about it. You know, sin is the one thing we all have in common, but nobody really wants to talk about sin. But I would be the first to tell you that, yeah, as leaders, we haven't always lived up to the mark. We've done some things that may have been dishonorable, but, you know, it's not about casting blame.
How do we fix this?
It's about confronting the issues, about bringing them to the forefront and talking about them, and not trying to sweep them underneath the carpet, but to be real, to be authentic with people. And I think that's how I try to live my life. That's how so many other pastors that I know live their lives, in a very authentic way. That there are no big I's and small U's. We're all in this together, and we're all trying to accomplish something, and that is to make our country a better place. Yeah. You know, we need to stop bucking heads and warring with one another and start figuring out, how do we build bridges, because we're all on the same team.
Mm-hmm. Most recently, when you would, and then, well, I remember traditionally, way back in the day, if there was an appetite for a particular type of film, coming from Columbus Theater time, coming from, you know, from Grand Bahama, R&D Theater time, and the Christian Council says, oh, this can't, we won't be able to watch this. There was a social uproar about those things. Now, with the advent of social media and the Christian Council taking significant, taking umbrage with something that a particular leader might have said, or all these things, there are voices that are coming to the forefront dismissing men and women of the cloth, men and women of authority, and saying that this is the course that we're taking, we've made these particular choices. What does the Christian Council have to say about these voices that continues to be able to kind of rise up in the environment, and the conviction that you have and the pillar that you have responsibility for, of being able to push faith and Christianity?
You know, the answer to that is very simple. Isaiah says, spare not, lift up your voice like a trumpet. This is the reason why the church must never be silent on any issue. We have to lift our voice. We have to speak truth to power. We have to continually sound the alarm. And I'm not talking about being an alarmist, but just to continually raise that standard before people, that, you know, this is the standard. Everyone has a choice to make. Some people make great choices. Some people make poor choices.
Would you agree that the standard has been elusive over the past, let's call it 2 decades? That has been inconsistent, that we didn't know that this was the mark. We've seen that standard shift in so many spaces, whether that be political, whether that be religious, whether that be social, whether that be educational. This shifting standard, especially with the advent of social media, like I said, no one knows that this is a true north anymore.
Yeah, what we're saying is, as long as time progresses, man has the propensity, as Isaiah says, to call evil good and good evil. Mm-hmm. In other words, man has this desire to be the author of morality. They want to dethrone God, who has all authority and is the author of right and wrong, and put themselves there. and determine for the rest of society what is right and wrong. Hence the reason why it's so important for the church to continually point back to the cross, to continually point back to the blood of Jesus Christ, to continually raise that standard of righteousness in the nation. And I spoke earlier about those boundaries. Those boundaries become very important. No matter how we shout, no matter how we scream, no matter how we intellectualize the things that we talk about in our society, those boundaries don't change. God's word is his word, and it changeth not. God changed not. So those things they don't go with the wind, you know. Every generation, culture wants to redefine something that the Bible may determine is a sin. 200 years from now, it will still be a sin as it was a sin 200 years ago. But you leave it up to culture redefining sin for you. And that's what Isaiah was talking about, that you know, woe unto him that calls evil good and good evil. Paul speaks about this in Romans chapter number 1, where he begins to talk about a reprobate mind, giving people over to reprobate mind. That's because they've removed God as the authority, and they've exalted themselves as the authority of right and wrong.
This is heavy. I'm enjoying this conversation that we're having. I really want to push back on a couple of things. When I say push back, I want to be able to ask some more questions. I know that there are some eager minds out there. I got a bunch of telephone calls. Howard, you going to ask him this? When we get back, we can dive into it. Let's take this quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be right back after this.
A few things that you can add to your hurricane kit to give it a much-needed upgrade. Portable power banks, solar chargers, solar-powered radios, and similar items. While you're at it, make sure you're stocked up on the regulars, battery-operated radio and flashlight, additional batteries, a comprehensive first aid kit, along with 2 weeks of medication. Be sure to add life vests for family members and a toolkit. There should be 1 gallon of water per day for each member of your family and non-perishable food. Be sure to secure important documents like banking and insurance information and government-issued identification. And pay close attention to the ZNS network for all your weather updates. If this seems like a lot, think of it as survival through preparation. This season, be weather smart, weather safe.
At Frame Studio, as soon as you enter the door, we showcase any individual that comes in there and make it feel like they are at home. The space itself is 1,800 square foot. Our psych wall, which is industry standard also, is 24 feet wide. You can do anything that you can possibly think of. At Frame Studio, under our theme, Now Create More, we look at Frame Studio as a canvas. And any artist knows a canvas is blank, and then you create whatever you want to do, right? So we have where you could rent tools. We even have workstations that people could rent out to anyone inspiring to do what I've done, or what my colleagues have done, or any other journey. I would say to you, don't be afraid. The worst someone can actually tell you is no. So if you have a vision, you have an idea, not everyone will get it. But if you believe in your vision, you believe in your idea, I say go wholeheartedly at it.
For more information about the Creative Entrepreneurs Initiative and the Crafting the Bahamas workshops, email info@sbdcbahamas.com or call us at 461-7232.
Behind every strong economy is a bold entrepreneur, and we're here to support them, island by island. On Long Island, we've helped 77 entrepreneurs turn their dreams into thriving businesses. Through over $1.9 million in approved funding, the SBDC is strengthening Long Island's economy by investing in its leading sectors: fishing, transportation, and agriculture. No matter the island, every business we support strengthens the economy, starting with yours. SBDC, Bahamas.
After I was in a plane crash in June 1983, I lost my left arm. I had some good friends, came along, fishing guides. They said, man, we can teach you to fly fish. Exuma, exuma. Can you see? Look at it, man. One of the nicest places you want to be in the world. There were challenges learning to cast, learning to put a fly on a leader, learning to tie the different knots for me as a handicapped individual. As a matter of fact, I don't really feel handicapped because I could do everything, man. Anything anybody could do, I think I could do it too. Because with your mindset to do anything, no matter what you are, what you look like, what's happening to you, you can do it. Persons in our positions, it's hard to get fundings and very, very expensive. SBDC would be helpful in regards to help funding people with disabilities. So nothing is impossible if you're disabled. Any kind of disability. Put faith in God and trust God. Believe you will overcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, having a great in-depth conversation. I hope that you're following along. I like this, man. I like the fact that we're talking passion, we're talking transparency over the airwaves, being able to let you know that God is still real, is still alive in our country, and still being able to celebrate those things. I enjoy that. I know a lot of persons are kind of grappling whether or not he's real, whether or not he's here, and all these things because of issues in your life. But I want to invite you to be able to dive deeper in yourself and come to church. Amen. Go to your local church. Let's find ourselves in these positions. I'm sitting here with none other than Pastor Mario Moxie, who is the president of the Bahamas Christian Council and senior pastor of Bahama Harvest Church. Pastor, when we left off, you were talking about some things about the responsibility of the Bahamas Christian Council, moral and spiritual consciousness of the nation, to the advisors of government policy, and 3, to advocate for local churches and in these particular spaces. One of the things I want to talk to you about is this sort of an advice on government. Most recently, the Bahamas Christian Council would have taken on a position to being able to talk about the newly appointed member of Parliament and current minister member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte and current minister for National Development and I can't remember, it was AI, National Development, right? But his responsibility in these particular positions, there's been some pushback as it relates to whether or not he should be appointed to cabinet, and there's sort of an indifference that existed in there. I think there's sort of a grappling. Talk to me about your position.
Well, one of the things that the Bahamas Christian Council, very early in my presidency, we released a statement saying that we thought that it was inappropriate for him and that is Minister Sebastian and Minister Leslie Bryce to hold positions in cabinet because of their interests in the gaming house, in the gaming industry. The gaming industry is one of the most highly regulated industries, and for good reason. There's a close connection there with many of the other things, and so, but nonetheless, it's highly regulated. And one of the caveats is that someone with a gaming license cannot hold a position in cabinet. And so when we saw that appointment, we took exception to the appointment, and we first of all had a meeting with the Prime Minister. We sat down with the Prime Minister and discussed the matter with him and shared our position with the Prime Minister. He shared his position.
Prior to putting out your letter?
Prior to putting out our press statement. Yeah. See, again, I go back to, we want to be bridge builders. And it's important for us as bridge builders to make the effort, because it's not personal. We're acting in the best interest of the country. So, of course, we want to have a conversation with the Prime Minister, just to express our view. And in that conversation, I did tell him that, I would have to release a statement because the general public, we have our own constituents as well. And we represent our constituents, and they want to know what our position is on this. And so we do need to make a statement. Prior to us releasing the statement, I had a conversation with both Leslie Bryce, Minister Leslie Bryce, and Minister Sebastian, and they both understood our position. They understand that as the Bahamas Christian Council, we have a moral responsibility to speak wherever we see there's any injustice, and not to turn a blind eye to it. When we think about politicians, everyone have expectations of the Bahamas Christian Council. The politicians have expectations of the Bahamas Christian Council. The Bahamian people have an expectation of the Bahamas Christian Council. And it's important for us to ensure. I had an incident that happened one time that really sensitized me to how people look at Christian leaders in our country. There was this was many years ago, and the carnival people, who march in the street, they were getting ready to have their parade, and it was happening during Passion Week. And I called the chairman or the director, whoever the person was in charge. I know who I called, but I just didn't want to say the name on air, and I don't know what title position they had, but it was the person in charge. I called this individual, and as soon as he took my call, he said, "Pastor Mario, I want you to know I just instructed the secretary that we have to move these dates before Pastor Mario calls me." And I was not the president of the Bahamas Christian Council.
He knew you was going to call, though.
But he knew that I was gonna call.
Yeah.
That was, and I shared it because
you had a reputation of making this call.
That was an expectation.
Yeah.
That people expect us to speak to these issues of national importance.
Yeah.
That speak to moral, the moral nature of our nation. We have an obligation to do that. So I'm saying that to say that everybody understands that we have a moral obligation. We have to do our part in bringing our nation back to the center. Wherever we see an injustice, wherever there's some immorality, we must speak out to that issue. And we pray and we hope that those that we're speaking to would pay attention. Because we're not just spewing out words for the sake of spewing out words. We can look down the road and see the moral decline that we're in. And I thank God for our police officers on the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, all of our uniform branch. They do a fantastic job. But any one of those officers can tell you that we cannot arrest our way out of a moral crisis. And that's what we're facing. We're facing a moral crisis in our country where people feel as though they can do whatever they want to do and there are not going to be consequences. When in actuality, there are always going to be consequences. It's not a matter of whether or not it's going to affect us. Are we willing to pay the price? And the price oftentimes is not paid immediately. That's one of the tragedies of this. We make decisions today that we ourselves won't feel. It's going to impact the next generation. So we have a responsibility to the next generation. We have a responsibility to our children and their children to do right by them, because they're going to ask the questions. What did we do when all of this was going on? And we need to know for ourselves that as a people, we did right by them.
I'm going to hit you with this last one before we get out of here. Over the years, I've learned significantly from my years of training and management in the hotel. There's two parts of customer service, internal and external. For the majority of the conversation tonight, we've been talking externally about what should happen, with mentioning that there has been inconsistencies of what happened internally within the Bahamas Christian Council, within the faith. Talk to me about this perceived policing on the inside. Talk to me about what should we expect as a society when a deacon steps out of line, when a pastor goes contrary to what we know in the Word of God. What can we expect from you in your capacity as a president? And what should we expect from the Bahamas Christian Council in terms of moving towards rectifying these issues in this season?
It's a great question. So here it is, and this is one of the things I spoke about in my independence address, and that is, we have, as a nation, we have to take responsibility, all of us. This is not a political issue. This is not the government, rests on the shoulders of the government. It's all of us. The government is involved. The church is involved. Educators are involved. The local person is involved. So much so that the husband, being faithful to his wife, must take responsibility for his action. So now that we understand that we're all responsible as citizens of this country, then your question comes into view. What happens when we mess up? Well, what happens when we mess up is we confess our sins and we turn away from our sins. But this is not something national that is done. This is an individual thing. sin is national, but sin is also very individual. And we must, as a people, connect the dots between the things that we do as an individual and the impact that it has on this nation. We cannot say, I am free to do whatever I want to do because I have rights and I could do this and I could do that. There are national consequences. We live in a community. And when I mess up as an individual, my entire community feels it. The nation feels it. So we have to take individual responsibility before we can start talking about national responsibility. That's how we get to national responsibility. When you and I begin to realize that it's the small things that we do. It's coming home after we shop in Miami and we spend $5,000 in Miami, and then we get to customs and we declare we only spend $500.
$300.
That is where the issues are.
Wow.
It's in those small little things that all of us become guilty of. And so we must reconcile that with ourselves.
That would actually stem into a deeper conversation that I'd love to have with you about corruption and perceived corruption. Hopefully you could be able to join me again and dive into it.
I would love to join you again.
Let people know where you could be able to come in church and whatnot and how they can be able to reach you.
I would sure love. Our doors at Bahamas Harvest Church swing on welcome hinges. You're always welcome to join us. We have 3 incredible worship experiences every Sunday, 7 a.m., 9:30 a.m., and 12 o'clock. And it'll be the best 90 minutes of your week. Bring the entire family, and no matter what age your children are. There are age-appropriate spaces for them, and I'm dressed up because this is a very important show.
Today.
And the host, Howard Grant, is a very important man. But I don't usually dress like this on Sunday morning. So wear your jeans and your shirt. We're casual church, and you're always welcome to join us.
It is absolutely wonderful to have you with us. We want to be able to congratulate you again and congratulate the body of the Bahamas Christian Council and really to the entire nation. We know that you're convicted. We know that you're committed. We know that you're determined to move in the direction that God has called you to move in. Anyone who knows you knows that you've been after this for a while and knows that you're going to do a wonderful job. So I commit myself to assist in any way I can.
Amen. Thank you.
I commit myself to assist any way I can. And guys, if you're out there and you want to be able to find yourself committed to being able to serve in one capacity or another, not just within the confines of your church, if you want to get out and do something bigger, I encourage you to be able to find the Bahamas Christian Council. All right. Great conversation tonight. I want to thank you so much, Pastor Mario Moxie. That does it for us here at the Rundown. Be sure you stay locked into ZNS Network for the Bahamas tonight at 11 p.m. It's the final newscast in the country with the latest news and information from Corvell Python. From all of us here at ZNS, I'm Howard Grant. Thanks for joining.
Let's swim Bahamas, bring water hazards to an end.
Let's swim Bahamas. Water safety rule number 7, boating safety. Always wear a life jacket, especially if you are a weak or non-swimmer.
Let's swim Bahamas, bring water hazards to an end. Water hazards to an end.
There are over 3 million shipwrecks on the ocean floor, just waiting to be found. Nothing is truly ever lost at sea, only hidden by time and sand. When I put this fleet together, it wasn't just for fun. And although we do have fun, we never lose sight of our goal. Right here, right now, we are on a mission.
We are here in the time of need. There's no discrimination. The mission is to relieve the suffering. We volunteer, we deliver care. With donors and partners, we're always here to turn compassion into action. Protecting life and health with our training throughout the years. We empower to heal the world. There is hope, assistance with disasters. There is shelter and love for our people. We can work together to help those in need. So volunteer with us and donate to show you care. There is hope, assistance Together, let's build a more resilient Bahamas.
This message brought to you by the Bahamas Red Cross Society in conjunction with the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
Poetry is life to me as a tool for expression. I don't know where I would be without poetry. My name is Omekongo Debenga. I'm a motivational speaker, I'm a poet, and I'm a rapper. I'm here in the Bahamas on behalf of the State Department, where the U.S. Embassy has brought me down here to engage in a week of poetry and using arts as a tool for expression at the great C.R. Walker High School, where I'm working with 50 students.
Of 700 islands and keys, with the beautiful sun, sand, and sea, with the cool and refreshing breeze. Oh, you wish you were me? Because I live where you vacation. So Milo Butler was the father of our nation, Nassau, a beautiful destination.
I believe that the arts can serve as a tool for inspiration for others. The arts literally saved my life, so I believe that helping other people express themselves can save their lives as well.
The beauty of the way we dress. We spend more than we buy for less. Straw, Androsia, seashell, the clothes our ancestors wore with a passion. We trade these all away just to keep up with the New York fashion.
A lot of people are getting involved in these issues because they don't have a means to express themselves. We could deal with so many issues of violence that are going on in our community if we just give our young people in particular an opportunity to say what's on their mind. One thing I say is that one way or another, our youth are going to make themselves heard.
My way of life is pretty far-fetched. Living on the street, stealing from the stores, praying to God I don't get catch. I sat on the blocks, watching my people got shot. I cover my eyes with my locks, because I don't want to end up in a box.
We have those scared to pursue dreams because there's no support in the homes. And players all around conform to the world, so the statement is true. Some die as clones. Why do we stay quiet? As each day passes, we are pushed back into oppression. The same factor our ancestors fought against, even in times of their depression.
I look in the mirror and I become defiled, yet I still ask, who am I? They tell me I am greatness, but is greatness really me? Who am I if I cannot succeed? Who am I? This I still wonder.
But soon, as the image is presented before me in the view of black and white, the answer comes in sight at the minute of my last light. The heartache they feel passes on the minute they clear the fog and declare me as just a dog.
But the students here really taught me something. They really showed me something. And quite honestly, I'm just so impressed by the way in which they are very grounded in what they want to do with their lives. Their goals are in order. I don't see why every student who I encountered this week would not be able to reach their goals.
At Bahama Boulevard, I'm Sean Innes. This is ZNS.
"700 islands wrapped in turquoise dreams. Every voice matters, every soul redeems. With a heartbeat broadcasting truth across the waves. Information, liberation. This is our nation state. From Andros to Abaco. A love at a Grand Bahama shore. We're reaching every family, knocking on every door. Not just talking policy, baby, we're changing lives. When social service meets compassion, that's when hope survives. We speak your language, we know your name. Through the airwaves, through the struggle, we remain. Building bridges over water, building trust on solid ground. The Bahamas Ministry, where love and justice can be found. We are islands of care in an ocean of need. Planting faith like coconut trees, watching fuel When social services need heaven, that's when grace abounds.
This is a very special segment of taking social services to the people. I'm inviting you into my office. It's like an intimate place, and special things happen here. People share their hearts of how they feel, the pain that they feel, the triumphs that they celebrate. And in recent times, we've been talking to youth, the way they feel. As a matter of fact, we have some very, very special guests today. One of them you'll see, the other you won't see. But they all have something in common. They feel that they are in crisis. It's not different from what surveys around the world indicating that youth are in crisis. And we're going to be dealing with a subject that we don't like to admit to, we don't really address. But because we don't address it doesn't mean that's going to go away. As a matter of fact, it gets worse. Mental disorder in the community of our youth is in crisis. Youth are in crisis. It's really heartbreaking, but we can do something about it. The crisis in our country is not only here, it's around the world. Globally, 1 in 7 adolescents experience mental disorder. Can you believe that? Depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorders are most prevalent among 10 to 19-year-olds. In 2023, the Bahamas government, in conjunction with the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization, they conducted this global school health survey. The results for the Bahamas is described as staggering. You'll hear just in a minute from Dr. Carter Lukey that 58% of our youth feel that we are in crisis. Oh boy. Just after this insert from Dr. Lukey, we're gonna meet a young lady. Her name is Jennifer for this program. She's beautiful. I wish you could see her. She has such a quiet smile. She just looks so humble. She looks like a teddy bear. You want to hug her up. But because what I believe is a mean streak that we have in our country, she's afraid to come out. She's of age. I spoke to her father, who gave permission in spite of being shot incognito. And, we don't even feel the comfort in having the empathy and the understanding that all of us are going through something. Words shape our world, and the words that we are spewing out is causing too much emotional damage.
In 2023, the Bahamas government, in conjunction with the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization, conducted the Global School Health Survey. When we look at the statistics, we realize that we are in crisis in terms of our young people. Many of our young people are facing mental health challenges. I'm not saying all of these children are from sexual abuse or child abuse, but I want you to have a look at the figures. 25.2% of our school-age population surveyed indicate they considered suicide. 19.5% attempted suicide. 30% of our school-age children are saying they are depressed, but the biggest statistics, the one that is the most harmful and hurtful and saddening to me, is 58.4% say they don't have anyone to confide in. That indicates that our babies are in crisis. That indicates that many of our children are suffering in silence.
I want to just welcome you Jennifer, thank you for your courage to speak out. Now, you just heard me talk about the crisis that the youth is in. Do you agree?
I agree, 100%.
Why?
Well, most people just feel like they aren't being heard, and if they do, people just feel like that something is wrong with them and just look the other way. Or don't even think about therapy or say that, oh, you shouldn't be having any stress issues or any complications because you're not working. You don't have a job yet. You just go to school and stuff. But school can be a stressful place and an environment as well.
Why do you say school is a stressful place?
Well, you would have all of these expectations of you, and if you would want to take something that others already believe this is a different path for you, they just wouldn't accept it or wouldn't support you, and that would just make you feel some kind of way.
Give me an example.
You would just feel, you would take on a role that that person wants you to take, but eventually it's not your passion, so you just eventually just can't continue it no more.
What's the hard part of going to school?
It's just bullies. Like you get bullied because of your appearance or...
Because of your appearance?
Yeah, or your personality. Like if you're quiet or don't talk to anybody or just keep to yourself, they'll say that you're weird. Oh, they're weird. They don't talk to anybody. What? And they just...
Is that your personality?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I get shy around other people at first. Instead of people trying to get to know me, they just say I'm weird because I'm different. I don't like the kind of music they listen to. I don't do the kind of things that they do.
What are the things that they do that you don't do?
Go to parties. Alcohol, I don't really like alcohol at all.
You don't like alcohol?
Mm-mm.
That's a good thing. Huh? Yeah, but do you find that your peers like alcohol, and
yeah.
what do you see?
That they like alcohol on the party, large crowds. Then that's just not me.
You know, there's a scripture that says, too many companions lead to ruin. So, you know, too much partying, too many friends all the time leads to disaster, tragedy. But there are a couple things that you're saying in there. And I'm going to go back and then come forward again in terms, you're saying that people don't listen to you. People judge you. What about you coming and talking to someone? Why are you afraid to talk to someone if they don't approach you, and why do you feel you are in a shell and don't want to talk to others?
I feel like I could talk to people that I relate to more easier. Like children that are quiet, that keep to themselves, because I saw a part of me in them as well, that no one would want to approach them and talk to them. So I would talk to the quiet students and children at the time and become friends with them so that they don't feel like that they're alone and that they're by themselves.
When you say the youth in crisis, you said that the youth don't have anybody to listen to. But where did you draw your conclusion from the youth are in crisis? How you came to that conclusion?
Well, when people feel alone, they get depressed and they just keep more to themselves and bottle up their emotions. They don't talk to anybody, they don't open up to anyone, and eventually becomes too much to handle, and you just shut down.
Is that what is happening to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You feel that you're in crisis?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel that you need help?
Yes, ma'am.
What is bottling up inside of you to get you to the point, and what are the warning signs? Like you feel like you have anxiety, depression. What are the emotions? Anxiety. Okay, so you just said that you need help. So one of the things that we're going to do is we are going to get help for you. We're going to talk to a psychologist, psychiatrist, counseling. And what I like about what you said is that you said, you know, people don't think about getting counseling. There's nothing wrong with counseling. But you feel the environment makes you feel like you have, well, it's a bad thing to get counseling?
I don't think it's a bad thing to get counseling, but if someone heard that you're getting counseling, they would have felt like, oh, she's crazy, that she needs to go to Sandilands or somewhere else.
Yes, and then that adds a stigma to you.
Yeah.
So, do your parents know that you feel depressed and having anxiety and, you know, emotionally pent up?
No, ma'am. Eventually, I got used to just bottling up my emotions to where I just got used to what I was used to.
So why didn't you tell them, though?
I was afraid. I'm not used to talking about how I felt. So I was just afraid of what they would have thought or how they would have felt.
I spoke to your father. He sounds like a wonderful person, a good daddy.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't want the weight of that responsibility on him and your mother?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you ready to come up and open up now to talk to them about, because you have an extended family now with us, right?
Sure.
And do you feel better that you can, you know, we can do this. There's nothing wrong with having to go through a phase, but how we can conquer this. What do you feel about that?
I can handle that.
You can handle that?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, but I want to know just a little bit more before we go in and meet the mother of another young lady who's a summer student. We have some of the best summer students here. What a joy and an honor to meet our summer students. And you could see, let's look at some of the video of how helpful they are. Most of them are interested in media. They're doing the work in the background, and they squeezing up in my little office trying to get this set ready for you, and so you can see some of them. But, you know, there's always an environment that influences our internal, our emotional condition. What caused you to feel depressed and the pressure? What environment? Was it home? Was it school? Was it church?
It was both at home and school. I live with a family member, not my parents, and I felt like I was always being put down in a way. And if I said that I felt the same kind of way, they would say, you don't go to work, you don't drive, you don't have any other responsibilities other than going to school and coming back home. But they come with expectations, and then it's comparison to other people.
And so that's home, and what about school?
And at school, I just don't feel like I belong in certain places or that I don't fit in. And because I don't fit in, I end up feeling alone, and I just keep to myself. And don't.
What is the environment you don't fit into? I want to take you into their environment in school. That's what I want. I want you to be blunt with me now.
Like the social crowd.
Okay, what they do in the social crowd? We warming up now. What is it in the, do you see drugs? Do you see sex? What is it that you see?
I see that children vape a lot, and they do edibles. And they sometimes sneak alcohol into school and do shots.
What kind of thing? You could hear some things. I can't take it. But you mean shots? You mean alcohol?
Yeah.
Edibles. When you say edibles,
like drugs. Like they can be in little candy packages or in anything now.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that pervasive? Is that a lot? Is that just some of the students? Is that a lot of the students?
That's most of the students. And every crowd has a different category. You have the popular kids, children who stay by themselves, and you have the people in the middle who just get along with everybody, or try to.
And then when they get along with everybody, they end up taking the edibles, vaping.
Yeah.
And you refuse to do that.
Yeah.
Well, you've made some very good choices. You know, what would be your final advice to anybody listening to your voice to get us better, to help us to be stronger people and do what is right?
I feel like that a lot of people fear of saying no, but it's okay to say no. Because when you say no, that you're sticking up for yourself and that you're standing your ground. That you feeling like you can move on to the next level of your chapter. You don't have to stay in the same path. You can just move forward by saying no to something that you don't want to do.
You see how strong she is? She has a emotional vulnerability, but she is sound in her thinking. But her environment is undermining her confidence. Is that correct?
That's right.
And in undermining your confidence, do you feel any fear? Are you fearful sometimes?
Yes, I'm a lot of times.
A lot of times you're fearful?
Yes, I am.
Why?
I'm fearful when speaking and in front of a camera because I don't want to say the wrong things and then it gets interpreted the wrong way.
Well, cameras are not there every day, but there must be something else. But you got any boy problems, man problems? What kind of problem else you have? You talked about the drugs, because you're 19. Mm-hmm. You're a beautiful young lady, but speak to that.
When I was a teenager and still up to now, I got approached by older guys around the area, and they'd always try to follow me home or try to stop, pull over inside a car and try to ask if I need a ride or anything. And if I don't even answer, they try to get closer.
So you feel threatened?
Yes, sir.
Any other experience that may have contributed to that fear?
One time I was walking my dog and there's this guy just standing there where I usually stop to let him poop. And he was just standing there. He didn't move anything, he just stood there. So I didn't walk further down, I just stayed where I stood and let my dog poop there. And when she did, I heard Mr. Speed walking home, and he was calling out to me and following me and speed walking as soon as I started running. So I just ran home.
You know, I just wish I could talk to you more, but you know, the point is what she's saying is that there's this sense of vulnerability, of fear. If you look at all the headlines, oh my God, 12-year-old, went from 11-year-old, somebody trusted, just sexually abusing. That is not who the Bahamas is. That's not who Bahamians are. That is not our foundation. And we're doing this program so that we can get back to our foundation. There's so much beauty in our country, and the beauty begins in the hearts of the people of the Bahamas. And we at Social Services are inviting you to let's get together and get it back. When we come back, we're going to talk to a mother who specializes in psychological matters. And her daughter, who is a summer student here, has the challenge, and I guess because of, in part of her expertise, and she lives in a two-parent home. It doesn't matter where the problems are. You know, you could have a single-parent home, you could have a happily married parent home, but all this pressure that we get is from where we go and where we interact with. Actually, it's the foundation at home, and we have it. It makes us more able to recover from the challenges and the pressures that we have on the outside. But when we come back, I'm going to talk first to the mother. The father is here morally supporting us. And I want to say that because we don't give enough credit to our good men, to our good fathers, whether they're single or whether they're married. And until we get the influence from both sides, the men and women, to inspire men to get back in their legal, spiritually legal position of leadership in the home, then we're going to continue to weaken as a country. And if we always describe a problem and not highlight when there's strengths, then we become more of the problem. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more of the problem so that you can hear the hearts of people who are going through the different stages of this mental health disorder in our country and around the world. This message is good for those of you who are watching through through our streaming networks. By the way, you can go on to Bahamas Heartbeat, the YouTube channel of the social services, to hear this if you want to go back. And there are so many more of our programs there. We are streaming around the world. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment.
You can now stay in tune with all things social services on any one of our social media platforms: TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Also, missed any of our Taking Social Services to the People programs? No worries. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Bahamas Heartbeat, to watch all of our programs and special content. Social Services is the heartbeat of the nation, taking our clients from dependency to self-sufficiency to economic empowerment.
And welcome back. Listen, we're talking about the crisis that's in the population of our youth, mental disorder. It's something we don't like to talk about. But you know, here on Taking Social Services to People, we are not afraid to confront. We have to confront and defeat anything that is going to destabilize us. You know, I think the minister, Senator the Honorable Barbara Cartwright, said something that is extremely important. We have to put our focus on stabilizing our families. You know, the philosophy here is that we are going to move through the responsibility that we have in social services, our community, from dependency, self-sufficiency, to economic empowerment. I am so proud that we have a mother and daughter with us. That's what it's gonna take, family, to stabilize us, absolutely. And you know what makes me even more excited is that just as we were coming on, we just talked to Jennifer in our previous, and she was so transparent and she was so truthful, so wise. She's a leader. That's what sometimes we misdiagnose. She feels that she is emotionally unstable, but she's the stable one. She's the one who's saying no to drugs, edible drugs, and vaping and all this nonsense. What? She's the one who's saying no and taking heed and looking for the danger signs and avoiding them. And it is absolutely no reason that we should be making those who are choosing the path of right to feel emotionally vulnerable. I'm inspired. There's enough of us in this country to turn this around. And just as we, you know, I like talk, right? And I don't talk the secrets. We in here, this is a place, all kinds of secrets in here. But, you know, just before we came in, and as I introduced our mother and daughter team, you know, Dr. Justina Knowles said, my husband is the best father. He's the best husband. So I'm going to shout out to you, Samuel Knowles, Samuel Derek Knowles. You are the father. Can I make you the father of your household, not only your household, but among the fathers of the year, among the fathers of the Bahamas. You know why I say that? Can I tell you what I can talk on them? They said when she was getting her PhD and all of her books were spread over the bed and you were there coaching her on, and she said, now, and she said, you said, now use your PhD and call you doctor. I'm talking about Justina, Dr. Justina Knowles. You know, some men uncomfortable with women progressing. That's another thing you need to really celebrate. Celebrate these men who, we're talking about one of the sustainable goals of for the United Nations is gender equality. He's a man who understands purpose. Men and women are born to rule industry. Men are head of the household. But let me go on to what I'm supposed to be talking about. And you know, her resume is so long, and her title and her experience, she's very, and I'm making this point because sometimes we have a profile of who we think going through these problems. Here's a mother who is highly educated, and experience. And her daughter, who you will meet, who is our summer student who we love, Condoleezza Knowles, say, my mommy don't like to say, give all our credits, give all our credit. She say, no, that's all right. No, you need to know who you're talking to, that what she is about to talk about is as a mother, and she's also able to address this as a professional. So let me, mommy first, right? Yes, I want to welcome you to Taking Social Services to the People. Dr. Justina Knowles is a PhD in public health services. She is a psychiatric trained registered nurse with a Master of Science in Nursing Education, teaches at our nursing school at the University of the Bahamas. And she specializes in gerontology. That's another thing that we have to fix in our country. Oh, Lord. Only your mother and your father say your days may be long. Yes. Oh, I am not going to stay in there. That's for another program. But we have to treat our elderly better. And she is a certified nurse manager. I want to welcome you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
You know, I was so blessed, and as we prepared to come on the camera, you turned to your daughter, and this is your daughter, yes. Condoleezza. She's so pretty, and that nice smile.
Thank you.
Condoleezza, you know, it's a great name, Condoleezza Rice. You know, have you heard that name before?
Yes, Mom.
Yeah, and you're going to be just as great or greater than her.
Thank you so much, Mom.
You will. And you're so pretty, I can't take it. But you know what I really appreciated, just before we came on camera, she turned to Miss Condoleezza and said, "Let's pray." And they were praying. You know, our camera's always rolling now. We ain't letting nothing pass, so you can see it on the stage. But we're here to talk about the mental disorder. And you heard that our Jennifer said that she feels that she's in crisis. Your daughter told me in this office that she is emotionally unbalanced, that she suffers from anxiety. Mm-hmm. Yes, speak to that.
Anxiety, you know, when we talk about anxiety, person just say, you're so anxious, but they don't dig into it. Anxiety is just this fearfulness. They're afraid for almost anything. And when that becomes heightened, we can end up with what we consider the last stage, which is panic attack. Because you have mild anxiety, moderate anxiety, and it can escalate up to a panic attack. So this fearfulness is not aligned with any specific thing. That's very, very concerning, because you would ask them, what's happening? What are you anxious about? Why are you so afraid to do this? I don't know. So this intense, ongoing fearfulness, even after a situation will be resolved, this anxiety remains.
How did you notice the anxiety in Condoleezza?
Well, first and foremost, we all ought to know our children. So then when there's a switch, you are then able to realize that, hey, this is not my child. Something is definitely going on here. And like persons would say, you are not your child friend. And I listen to people a lot of times speaking about young people. But I want to be the best friend that she has. Reason being, as a mother, I am not going to encourage her to do the things that what her friends would want her to do.
But is that the problem, that a lot of mothers allow or encourage or are silent on the things that the friends want to do? Yes. I went into 4 o'clock one morning at the Wolf Road police station, and the police said, you just missed a mother and daughter, and we took them from a nightclub fighting because the mother said, the daughter said, my mommy always trying to take my boyfriends.
Mercy.
Oh, wow. So my point is,
Well,
you have a balance. How do you separate?
Yeah.
How do you discipline your child?
First and foremost, I live by example. Yes. They would say, anytime they're going through anything is happening, even with my older children.
How many children?
4. And they would call me and say, Mommy, what do you think about this? Or, Mommy, pray for me. I'm going through something. So that's a person, a support person that they are not afraid to lean on to. And I always tell them, tell me. And I may start to seem as if I'm freaking out at the beginning. I said, that's the shocker. I said, but eventually, that dissipates and we are able to deal with the situation. So I don't want you to ever feel that you cannot come to me with anything. I said, I don't mind how horrible it is. We just have to find a way to manage it. I am your mother. I love you dearly. I will always love you, despite what you do. See, we want our children to be a certain way. Huh? We just do this molding, and only God transforms and molds our characters. But we want to do this to our children. The best way to do that is to live the life that you would wish for your child to live. So at the end of the day, they're going to think, you know, mommy would not. Yeah. And then I have to get down with them. And some of these stuff, they start to talk. I have to then do my researching, do my together so that they will not refuse to come back to me again. They are their own person. Yes, we want the best for them. Yes, we train them. The Bible said, train up a child in the way that he should go. So I always tell her, 2 Timothy 1:7, you know, God did not give you the spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and a sound mind. Yes. And if you forget that, then you go to Philippians chapter 4, verse 6. Be anxious for nothing, but in all things, through prayer and supplication, make your request known unto God. And I said, when these anxiety feelings start, no one have to hear you. God reads your mind. In your mind, you say, help me, Jesus.
That's it. Cast down all imaginations and exalts itself above the name of the Lord. But did she freak out when she realized that you had, and I want to welcome you to the program.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good.
When did you first realize you had a mental disorder, that you are emotionally unstable?
Okay, so basically I want to say early high school, junior high school, you know, it was just a switch, sort of to speak. I used to excel a lot in primary school. It was good. My mom, she stopped doing my work from I was in grade 4. Yeah.
Yes.
So
I never did no assignments.
Yeah.
Or anything.
And then when I reached the high school, I don't know, the environment wasn't loving, it wasn't careful, it wasn't graceful, you know. I dealt with bullying from all different sides, you know. I felt inadequate, and I felt like I just couldn't do anything. I felt like I lost myself. So I would stay home, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't eat, just no motivation to do anything. And when I would tell like common people that, they would be like, what's wrong with you? Just get out of bed, you know, just get up. But what people don't realize is when you have anxiety or even a little bit of depression, you know, it's hard. You need help to get out of that. I haven't personally met somebody who has gotten out of it on their own, but it's rough. And I realized and when I went into grade 9, my mom was like, you know, I notice and I see that there's something wrong, so let's get you a psychiatrist. And it went from there.
But you know, you said, you know, I had a program in the 80s. You weren't born yet. It was called Reaction.
Yeah.
And I would, you remember, were you born yet? You don't look like you were born yet, Dr. Justina. Were you there with Reaction?
Yeah.
For every cause?
For every cause there is an action. For every action there is a reaction.
See there, so the cause. I want to talk about the cause.
Yes, ma'am.
I would always end the show by saying every cause there's a fact.
Yes, ma'am.
So what you talked about pressure on both sides.
Yes.
And I want to talk about what those both sides are, because you started off very normal.
Yes,
you did not have these emotional problems.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so it didn't stem from the home.
No, ma'am, not at all.
No. So what are these pressures on what sides? You said both sides.
Yes, so from students and...
I want you to hold that thought.
Okay.
And when we come back, it's going to really get moving.
Yes.
As soon as we come back, we're going to talk about what is the pressure that influenced her to become fearful, anxious, depressed, and with the need to be on medication. We'll be back in a moment.
Have you heard about the Promise Unit? The Department of Social Services provides food assistance, housing assistance, uniform assistance, burial assistance, and financial assistance. Promise makes it easy. You can log on via cell phone, your computer, or your tablet. Sign up today at promise.gov.bs. Once you've registered and created a profile, you can call the Promise Customer Contact Center and speak with someone about any inquiries at 1-242-4-PROMISE. That's 242-477-6647.
You know, most of the times when I'm interviewing someone, it feels like I have a new family. There's a kind of bonding, and this is part I don't like to come to the end. This is our last segment. It's so rich with the entire program, and we met Jennifer and just watching the summer students work and pull it together and getting a new skill. And so, you know, one of the things that really inspired me, I was having a meeting with some of the summer students, and Condoleezza started talking, and I said, you know, one day your name will be great.
Yeah.
She's so articulate.
Thank you.
Have such a great presence.
Thank you.
And you got so comfortable.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you disclosed that you have anxiety problems. I can believe it. You don't look like it.
That's good. That's good.
Yes, and she said to me, well, I don't look like I have an emotional disorder, but you know, you talk about the pressure. Let's talk about this side. You said you're getting the pressure from both sides. Speak to that.
Okay, so in high school, I wasn't necessarily popular. I would get bullied for my looks, per se, and then the teachers were, well, not majority of them. Some of them were really helpful, but some of them were really discouraging, and I lost all motivation. I felt slow, you know. I felt as though there was nothing else for me. But that was rough. That was rough.
But just I want you to hold that thought. Remember it now, because I'm coming back to it. But you lost your motivation. They teased you about your looks.
Yes.
They must be blind, Bati. So
thank you. Thank you.
Talking about, first of all, we all created an image of God.
Amen.
And sometimes we are not, our parents isn't appealing because of how we carry ourselves a lot of times.
Yes.
But so let's get past that in terms of your looks, because you see the evidence. The girl is a beautiful young lady.
Thank you, Mom.
And that's just not what you call that flam. It's true.
You're beautiful as well.
Well, thank you, Blake. Hey, watch me blush. Well, you know, I like your little Jewish nose.
See, and that's something. They used to bully me about my nose as well.
What you mean?
That was a big factor. I would come home and cry to my mom about it. Yes.
What did she say?
She said, I'm ugly.
Yeah.
They always tease me about my big nose.
Yeah.
And I would say, you are so beautiful. I said, guess what? In and out.
Yeah.
And you're going to go places. And those same persons are going to hear about Condoleezza Knowles one day in our great Bahama land. So I said, don't worry about that. Take your time. Nothing is wrong, but this nose thing was really bad.
Yeah, it was bad for a while. I recently
What would they say? How they approach you?
A big nose.
Yeah, and they would say like really bad comments. Like I don't want to repeat them because but it's bad. It was bad, and people would laugh and use it as an insult. But after a while, I realized that it's me, and I cannot change my face, so I must embrace it. And so I feel better with my nose now.
Yeah, man, you better. That nose could make you some money. But listen to me. But the other part of it that really disturbs me, and this is how as adults or that negatively influence younger people, and not, you said, setting the example. You set the example. Words shape our world.
Yes, ma'am.
And teachers and professionals should know better.
They should. They really
What are some of the things that teachers would say to you that scarred you?
Just certain things, like, as for an example, when I felt as though I was not intelligent enough, I wanted to take my BGCSEs early because I was falling behind in school and grades, and like anxiety. I had so much fear. I felt frozen, I felt stuck. So my mom went to the school and she asked them if I can take it early. And they said, your grades doesn't reflect your ability to do that. And that stung because I know that I'm smart, I'm a good writer.
I'm so happy that you like writing, and it shows your potential.
Thank you.
Being a great journalist or talk show host, psychiatrist.
Thank you.
When you prepare for it, you can achieve. And as you work towards it, make sure it's not only to impact the Bahamas, but the world.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to go to your mom now, Dr. Knowles. Did she come to you? You talked in the beginning about how much you communicate. You're the mother and you're the friend. What did she come to say to you when you were in school, when she was in school and she was bullied, as she describes it from both sides?
Well, she would tell me sometimes that she was told by a teacher or a staff member that she's a liar. She's not to be trusted. And she would talk about times when she tried to explain an incident that would have happened in her presence. And no matter how she tried to explain it, it's as if she wasn't talking at all. So, and that is why it's so important for parents to have this relationship with their children. Before coming out of my car, I have them bow their heads because I have 2 granddaughters go there also with her, and we pray. Cover that whole environment and the hearts and minds of the teachers and administration. I would pray that prayer every single morning. I never let out of my car without that prayer. Some days I can see that it's going to be rougher, but to stop the amount of absentees, sometimes we try. I would try and send her, but before the day is out, I have to come back for her.
The environment that the school, how I felt at school, I felt so inadequate and so illiterate that after I took my BGCSEs in grade 11, the entire summer, I could not get out of bed. I was so scared of failure. I thought I failed. I thought I did terrible because that was what everybody was telling me or what they thought of me. And then when August came and I finally got those results, it was like a weight lifted off my chest, and I felt so much better about myself.
Well, congratulations, Condoleezza, for getting those good results. But I gotta ask you, let's go back for a moment in what you said. You said they called her a lie and manipulator. Some students lie and some students manipulate, and maybe the teacher was calling it as it is. Or how did you know Condoleezza was not lying and manipulating?
Well, like you said, you know, who do you believe? I'm psychiatric trained. There's a process that we call analysis. So if I said, okay, what happened? And then they tell you all of these things that have happened. And I'm like, well, what did you do about Jean? Or what about John, who actually came and knocked her or did something or whatever? What are we doing with that? It seems as if we are just focusing. It appears to me that you have a Condoleezza problem.
Yeah. Yes.
So help me to understand that it is not a Condoleezza problem, but we are dealing with a situation that had about 5 children, 5 students. Where are their parents?
Yeah.
What was the result, the outcome for the other children?
Yeah.
Who, based on what we're hearing, did so much more?
Yes.
So, is she the scapegoat?
I was the only one punished in that situation, and I was so scared because they said they did not know if they were going to suspend me or expel me. They said that they would have to go to their board and talk it out, but I was the only one punished for it. But people were doing things way worse than what I was doing. I cursed on camera in my school uniform. But that was my only infraction, only suspension, only detention, not even a demerit, you know? And so I was scared. I was out of school for a while until they finally brought me back.
You know, when we were talking to Jennifer, she was talking about the drug culture. I know that she goes to a public school.
Yes.
You graduated from a private school.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
have that problem in private schools?
Most definitely. The issue is that with private schools, it's definitely more hidden, more covered, more quiet. People aren't going to know what's going on, but there was a big drug issue, big alcohol issue inside my school. Students would be high in class, you know. I don't blame the teachers at all for those situations, you know, but I don't really know how to express it, but if you see some students looking a certain type of way, I mean, you should probably deal with it or ask questions. But I think that they just let it slide. When they do catch them in the act, they suspend them, but they don't never really expel them or anything.
So, you know, that Dr. Knowles, you are in this profession. How widespread is the bullying? Is the isolation? Is the meanness? How widespread?
It's not a good thing because, you know, you have different forms of bullying.
Yes.
And she
You
was a
mean the
part of the cyber one. You know, you have cyberbullying.
Oh, yes, I also
where they just spread just stuff all over the place and laugh, and it was really bad.
Yeah.
What was cyberbullying? How did you, how were you cyberbullied?
So I went out to a function with my friends, and at the function, they had these professional photographers. So I took a photo with my friends, and it was posted because, you know, it's an event, and the people all over the Bahamas on Facebook, they took my photo and spread it around, put it on the side of very ugly things, like saying that's me in comparison. And yeah, I had to delete Facebook for a really long time. I've recently just downloaded Facebook again this year, but I still don't post or anything. It was traumatic because everybody saw. Everybody saw. So.
What do you say? We're coming to the closing moments for the program. You're dealing with it at home. You deal with it as a profession. I just asked, you know, how widespread it is And what do you see as the consequences? How is that impacting our socioeconomic environment? How is that, let me say this. Every agency has responsibility of their lane.
Yes.
Yes.
The government has responsibility for their lane, and that's all of its agencies, health, social services, whatever, national insurance. The church has responsibility for their lane, and the family has responsibility for their lane.
Yes.
However, we seem to only blame the government.
Yes.
The consequences of what we do in the home.
Yes.
The home is the foundation.
Yes.
What homes are these bullies coming up in?
Yes.
And have we had enough discussion to bring into an awareness? And we have to go, I want you all to answer that question very quickly, but also final words. And what is it going to take for us to fix this?
Can I go before you? Okay. So I must say awareness like this program, schools should implement more regulations, more rules, be more strict when it comes to bullying, take bullying serious, I think they should have mental health days, bring in professionals, every once in a while to talk to the kids, give them good coping mechanisms, train the teachers, train the staff to know how to deal with situations when they arise. Because as children, I'm not a child anymore, but as children, we depended on adults and those around us to protect us and take care of us. And I must say, like how you said, people blame the government. I have a scholarship at the University of the Bahamas, and they accommodate me with my mental health issues. They have a whole department, and it is such a different environment from high school. I'm now excelling. I feel smart. I am going to take up a minor in English along with my major.
What's your major?
Psychology. But yeah, it's really good. I love it. I love being in that environment. I feel cared for. I feel understood. And I think more young people should remember that even though high school is hard, there is a life after high school.
Yeah, I'm so proud of you. 19 years old, spoken like a champ.
Thank you.
Final words.
We talked about bullying. It's something also called perceived bullying, and we miss it. You may think that it's okay that it happened, and the child should not get upset. That's just a little thing that happened, but it's the perception of the child. And perceived bullying is a major something that we don't even think about. We just say, oh, you had a good day. Okay, yes, he just took your soda out your hand or your juice and he ran and he came back. Didn't he give it back to you? But the child is developing a perception. And based on how that child perceived that to be is where we're going to have the trouble, because the teacher may say, oh, that's nothing. The parent may say, oh, it's nothing, Johnny. He just was playing with you. No. He was messing up that mindset of that child. Yes. So parents, teachers, wherever a child is within my environment, I pay special attention. Although they said that's a maturity now at the University of the Bahamas, every student under my facilitation, mental state is my business.
Yeah, what's the mental state in your students?
I personally, what I'm saying, any issue.
No, I know, but generally speaking, I want to know now that you're in the classroom, even with nurses, because you're saying perception. What we don't understand is she came from a strong foundation. She went in an environment that was abusive. It develops. It's noise in her system. It's transforming her mindset. It's undermining her confidence. It's following her into her future. So there's some people in your nursing program who probably is doing the same thing. I'm making the point that we don't think, in any program, we don't seem to realize that We used to say sticks and bones will hurt your bones, but words would never. Y'all know that?
That is so wrong. Words hurt. I think words hurt worse than beatings, in my opinion. Words scar, they stay with you, especially when you overthink. You know, people don't know what goes on in the mind. And that's why I encourage everybody to seek help. It may be hard, but try. The best thing that happened to me was my psychologist and going to therapy. I do have bad days. I still have, little trouble, but I feel more confident. I feel the willpower to move on, to succeed, So I go there, get help. Help is okay.
One second note. Close it for us.
Yes. Well, mindsets are extremely important. Maintenance of a stabilized mindset does not mean you are absent from mental illness. That's not what's happening. And my baby said it quite well, right? Every issue, there's a way to resolve it. You mentioned in the classroom, I teach what we so-called adults, but they are all my babies. Yeah. And they know that. And they'll say, Miss Knowles, Dr. Knowles, you know what they did to your baby today on the ward? And I said, come on, let's talk about it. Yes. I go out of my way. And I let my students know that you do not have to suffer alone. We're in this together.
Yes. Just where we're going to end this. I like what you said. And like what you said, I'm so proud of you, okay?
Thank you, Mom.
Only the death's dividing us. I can hug you after this. I'm so proud of you. But and I'm so proud of Jennifer, who was on in the first segment. But you said something. It's not just your business. Yeah. It's our business. Yes. It's our business to create an environment where we don't disrupt somebody's confidence, their self-esteem. Your success is my success.
Yes.
And, kindness has to come back into this country. We have a display of kindness. There are a number of us who are kind and who care. Because when you hurt, I hurt. Yes. If it doesn't come to me today, it comes tomorrow.
Yes.
So it's more costly for us to fail than to succeed. This is the greatest nation in the world. We have to act more like it.
Yes.
We are moving here from social services, from dependency to self-sufficiency to economic empowerment. Good night.
Production of the Ministry of Social Services, the heartbeat of the nation, where we move our clients from dependency to self-sufficiency to economic empowerment.
Our marine resources were once considered inexhaustible. Conch and reef fish like grouper were abundant everywhere, and it seemed as if the lobster catch would rise forever. But today, there is a downward trend that affects everyone. Researchers say we can reverse the trend by protecting more marine habitats. And the good news is that most Bahamians strongly support efforts to halt further decline. Tripling the size of our network of marine parks will mean more fish and conch for everyone now and for the future, as well as more recreational and ecotourism opportunities. Today, only 10% of our waters are protected. Surveys show that most Bahamians consider protection of our marine environment to be a top national priority. More protection means more benefits for everyone, now and in the future. It's a win-win-win strategy for the economy, for Bahamians, and for nature. Protect our sea, protect our way of life, protect the Bahamas. See the future. Visit Bahamas Protected on Facebook to learn more about marine protected areas.
At the 66 Steps, I'm Matea Cunningham. This is ZNS.
So how's your preparation going? By now, you should be completing home repairs since the last storm, updating and replenishing your emergency kit, and paying closer attention to the ZNS networks for earlier than normal developments in the tropics and general storm tracking. Hurricanes don't wait. Why should you? This season, be weather smart, weather safe.